Alright, we are back. Um, yeah. I'm just so low energy today. So, I'm just gonna browse some Reddit. So, yeah, that's the plan for today. I don't know what yet. But yeah. Mm, okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. That's not. Wait, give me a sec to fix something. Where's my mouse? Hmm. Hmm. Okay, this one. Okay, there we go. Where do I want to go? Explain the joke. Oh dear. Um, I don't work here. I feel like that all ends up being very repetitive. Neighbors from hell. Ooh. Jeez, I could do something like coworkers from hell, but mm, am I overreacting with my partner's relationship with their coworker? Friendly boundaries with attractive coworkers. I found this text from my boyfriend to his coworker. I'm two of my coworkers at the same time. Neither of them know about each other. R slash confession. Why? Coworkers should never be your friends. 5 lessons I learned. We're gonna click over for a moment. When I first started to work, I met a coworker who overshared everything within days of knowing me. Office gossip, people's salaries, and even the manager's personal life. She'd always ask what I thought, and I'd just nod and say, maybe they're having a bad day. And I literally didn't know why she knew so many things. Turns out her dad was friends with the manager. She flat out told me not to tell anyone. Maybe my reaction was not what she expected, so she found a new work bestie. A month later, that girl got fired over something small. That was my first lesson. Workplace friendships can be dangerous. Now, 5 years into my career, just make sure that I hit the record button. We're good. 5 years into my career, I've learned to balance professionalism with socializing without risking my peace. Here's 5 things that actually works. Be friendly, but never overshare. Let them think they know you, but never give them real ammo. Mirror people's energy. If they're casual, be casual. If they're professional, be professional. Never say anything about a coworker you wouldn't say to their face. It will come back to you. And if someone gossips to you, they'll gossip about you. Nod, smile, and change the subject. Keep lunch conversations light. TV shows, food, vacations, safe topics only. Be approachable but forgettable at work. Friendly, competent, but not someone people come to with drama. But last year, I got a new job. My boss told me I was too quiet during our one on one meeting. Apparently, not participating in office gossip makes me stand out, and not in a good way. It's frustrating. It was the reason I decided to change jobs again, and I recently began working with a career coach. My coach recommended some books that made my mind clear. If you're experiencing similar things, here are 5 books I found helpful. I don't know if that's okay. I'm not gonna, go around promoting. But yeah. Let's see. Communities. there's the coworkers from hell. Restricted. Okay, only one can view, but only approved users can contribute. Interesting. Rude coworker. Aren't they all? I mean, in the subreddit. So I work for a family-owned appliance service. Just a little background information. The coworker that I'm writing about has been here for 10 to 15 years, and her mother also works here. Why do I keep forgetting the E at the end? And has been, well, there, and has been here about 25 to 27 years. Her mother technically isn't the manager, but she does do some manager things in my department. Now I'm a bit newer, and have been here for 2 years. It's not that new. Oh, okay. Yeah, a bit newer than them. There are 3 of us that answer phones. There is me, Kay, and Jay. Now, Jay is always rude. Anytime I ask her anything, she seems to be so annoyed, like she can't be bothered, or that I should know the answer, but I'm new in this field, and I don't want to provide any wrong information. I get that. Jay just constantly pops an attitude over anything you ask her to do. If I make a note in the call, such as the reason why I was calling, or if I need additional information, she just either ignore it and place the call without the needed information, or she will put them on hold and wait till I'm available when she's able to. Because, again, I provide notes, but, again, she clearly ignores them. I'm just over the constant attitude and her being unapproachable, or her having some sense of entitlement that she is hot shit and can't be touched. Okay. Oh, that was from 2 years ago. Anyway. With a coworker like this, there's always one. I tried to post something similar to this situation a while back, but people were taking it in a completely different direction. You can either talk to your boss about it, or what I have started doing is giving her the same energy back. Or eventually you can boil it down to telling her, I really don't appreciate you speaking to me that way. Remember, you deserve respect as well. Park in her space, eat her lunch, rearrange her papers, switch out her chair, turn off her mouse. Oh, and... oh my gosh. Oh, and make sure you're not being videotaped, so you can play dumb when she explodes. Try to ignore her and do the best job you can. Yeah, that's a lot of times. I saw the word Kevin, and I'm like, yeah, okay, we got a Kevin story. Oh, it's still from 2 years ago. New office member is ruffling feathers. So backstory, we recently hired a new guy in the office. Let's call him Kevin. And it seems like he had the job before the interview was even conducted. A member of our team had also applied for the job, we'll call this one Phil, as it would have been a promotion for him, but he didn't get it, despite having supported myself in the role for 3+ months previously. Okay, that's confusing. It makes it sound like they are Phil, but I supported myself in the role. What? Okay. It's not supported me in the role, but supported myself in English. Sorry. The manager has a real liking for Kevin, and although Kevin previously worked in our team on a temporary post, there was no job available for him when his post ended. So he took another role in a different department and had been working there for a year. It seems like no matter what Phil said in his interview, the job was always going to be Kevin's, and there was really no point in Phil applying. Kevin started his new role at the beginning of October and has been causing tension in the team ever since. He has made comments about sensitive political issues, openly bragging about asking for pay raises and has just alluded that he wants to be superior to others on multiple occasions. He obviously doesn't make these comments when manager is around. Phil has since stopped going for lunch with the team, and it seems like he's losing morale. I have been leaving the office every day feeling angry and irritable about the situation. It's a job I love and used to enjoy being in the office with the team, but I've been feeling incredibly uncomfortable being there since Kevin started. I've ended up working at my desk all day with headphones in, so I don't have to hear Kevin's misjudged comments. I feel like I can't speak to my manager about these issues due to the fact he has always had a soft spot for Kevin and basically wants him back on the team no matter what. Several others also feel uncomfortable about his presence in the office and the comments he makes. I'm not sure what to do here. Do I speak to H manager about him? MH. Supposed to be my? I don't know. I'm afraid this might cause further tensions, and I would hate to have to walk out of a job I truly love. It's very clear the issue is Kevin got the job and your friend Phil didn't, which is why it's causing tension for all of you in the office. My suggestion is that you let it go. If you don't let it go, Kevin will have an enormous legal case to sue every single one of you into the effing ground. Just because you wanted Phil to get the job doesn't mean that Kevin is wrong. The fact that you're going after Kevin and you're alienating him in the office is causing enough trouble for Kevin to sue every single one of you B-words into the ground. So my suggestion is to shut up, keep your head down, and keep working. F you. What? That person, took it personally. It's kind of crap that it seems like they didn't even actually weigh the two candidates against each other. It was just like they wanted Kevin, even though he might not have been the best person for the job, and that's where it's like favoritism. So I don't agree with what that person said in response. Just like, what? Can't you go to HR or union if you have one? So sorry, you have to put up with an ass, but he won't last. Neither will the boss. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this subreddit, because it doesn't seem like there's very good responses in it at all. I mean, they could have promoted Phil and then had Kevin take Phil's spot. So they could have still had Kevin there. But, I mean, what they're saying isn't completely out of line. Yeah, you just kind of have to accept it. But they also said that, that Kevin has misjudged comments? I don't know what else is going on. Wait. Oh, he makes sensitive comments. He makes comments about sensitive political issues, openly bragged about asking for pay raises, and alluded that he just wants to be superior to others on multiple occasions. That's their issue with him. If he was fit for the job, they wouldn't care that he got the job over Phil. But, yeah, try and tell that other person that. They don't seem to want to listen. This one has 18 online. Tales of Mike, that asshole coworker. I guess they just say the asshole coworker's named Mike. What? Just no coworker. That doesn't have that many people though. Coworkers on Reddit. Desk corner. Night shift. Ooh. is this? For people who work during the night. Discuss topics when most of Reddit is asleep. Don't buy an Oura ring, they aren't night shift friendly. Oh my god, okay. Speaking of, if I go to sleep and I have an alarm set for like 8 hours from when I go to sleep, and I have my phone plugged in. If I do that, I go to sleep at before midnight, then it'll be like, put phone into power saving mode or whatever, so that it doesn't like keep charging it. But it only does that if you go to sleep at a certain hour. And I'm like, is there a way that I can program that, like, hey, this is my time when I sleep, so can you put it into that, like, not overcharging thing? Why can't you do this? I don't know. But yeah. I'm leaving. I have so much respect for every single one of you who works overnight graveyard shift. This shift is not for me. My body is going through it. It's taking a toll on me physically and mentally. And it's only been 2 weeks. I know it takes time to adjust, but I literally feel sick and I'm always in a daze. And all I do is sleep. I literally can't do anything else. I'm getting off this MF shift. It's been short, but it's been real. Working night shift in a heat wave, realizing day shift has it worse. Driving home after a 12-hour shift of scrolling Reddit and reading books. I mean, but that's not just night shift. Anyone who's worked a 12-hour shift. Working 4th. Hello! Isn't so bad when you're making $63 an hour. I'm lagging or something. Yeah, why am I lagging? I'm spawning like coworkers. We have a Karen nurse in our hospital unit, and it's becoming a patient safety issue. Oh no. Oh no. No, I've got people in here. Anyone have any requests, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just gonna, I don't know. I might just change between different subreddits. We have a Karen nurse in our hospital unit, and it's becoming a patient safety issue. I work in a medium-sized hospital in the surgical ward, and we unfortunately have what I can only describe as a full-blown Karen nurse on our team. Let's call her Nancy. Perfect name for a Karen nurse. Okay. She's been here longer than most of us, about 11 years, and acts like she owns the whole damn ward. Where do I even begin? She refuses to take orders from doctors younger than her, especially female ones. She once laughed in the face of a new resident and told her, "Sweetie, I've been doing this longer than you've been out of diapers." That doctor walked away red-faced, and I had to reassure her that we're not all like Nancy. Nancy also believes that patients are too soft nowadays, especially the elderly ones. She constantly complains when they press the call button too much, and has even ignored bed alarms just because Mr. Reyes is just being needy again. I once caught her rolling her eyes at a dementia patient who was having an episode and whispering, "This is why I hate this floor." She's racist in that weird, coded way. She'll call black patients aggressive, even if they're just frustrated or asking questions. She avoids taking Spanish-speaking patients and refers to them as the ones who don't speak proper English. Proper English? I don't know. I'm like, if you don't speak a language, then maybe you shouldn't take a customer that you can't communicate with, because that's not going to be good, because they're not going to be able to relay their concerns to you. But I would take broken English over not being able to speak any English, but I don't know if that's what she's saying, or... But that would go for any language. Anyone who speaks a language that I don't speak, I would find somebody who can give them the proper care that they need. The worst part, she once said in the break room, I only give 100% to the ones who are grateful. Not my fault if the others don't get the same care. At a hospital, so many people are going through so much at a hospital, and to be like, oh, because they're not grateful? They have health issues. What are they supposed to be grateful for? I don't know. Okay, let's not forget how she treats her coworkers. She hoards supplies in her locker and accuses others of stealing her gauze. She openly criticizes new nurses in front of patients and families, making sarcastic remarks like, wow, bold choice leaving the side rails down. Guess some of us skipped that day in nursing school. She never washes her hands properly. I've seen her do a literal 2-second splash and walk out. When we remind her about infection protocols, she snaps with, I've been doing this job longer than the CDC's been writing guidelines. You're not grandfathered in against the guidelines. Can I think of an equivalent thing? I, I don't know. I don't know. She's not got grandfathered in against having to follow guidelines just because she was there before the guidelines were in place. Maybe she's the reason the guidelines got put in place. Okay. She's anti-vax, ironically. Ironically? Wait, yeah, because it's weird to be anti-vax if you are a nurse. I mean, okay, everyone's allowed their own beliefs and stuff. As much as I might not care for people who are anti-vax. Sorry if you are anti-vax. But it's kind of strange to be working in a hospital if you are. I don't know. She got the hospital exemption for the COVID vaccine and loudly talks about how essential oils and zinc keep her healthy. Now, okay, I've never had a COVID vaccine, but I have not really been out in public much since even before COVID, so if I was, you know, at first it was like, I want the people who need it to get it first. You know, elderly, people more susceptible, so, and then, I don't know, I just was like, never got it. I'm not against getting it, I just never got it. But same thing, like, I never get the flu shot, and I don't know if there's a difference there. I see there would be a difference more when it was active pandemic time. But, like, at this point, I don't know. At this point, my mind is like, getting COVID shots similar to getting a flu shot, and I never got flu shots because I never really got the flu when I was younger, and I don't know if that might be something that I need to think about and fix and get these things. I don't know. But I definitely get like tetanus boosters and stuff like that, so I would not be against getting the COVID vaccine. I just have never been where I could be catching it and spreading it, so I don't know. She once told a patient's daughter not to vaccinate her kids while in uniform. Yeah. No. I don't know. I don't know much about it. All I know is just from watching the sci-fi original Defiance. There's been alien races, and one of the alien races was against vaccines, but they were getting all the other races sick and stuff, and it's just all like, we can't do this. You guys not being vaccinated is making the other people sick. Well, I don't remember how it worked, but it was like, yeah. Good show. I don't know if it's people even know about it, because it was on like the Sci-Fi Channel, which isn't necessarily a channel that is as popular. I don't know. I liked it. I really liked that show. Okay. Um, and she weaponizes HR. Anytime she gets called out for anything, she runs to HR claiming harassment or age. Oh, she gets called out on anything. Not called out for. Yeah, I mean, okay. I understand what they meant now. Anytime she gets called out, I'd say on anything. It sounds like she's getting, like, called out of to go somewhere or something. We're good. I overanalyze things. She runs to HR claiming harassment or ageism. Yeah. Okay. I had a coworker who happened to be black, and which was never my issue. She just kept not doing first in, first out. And so then we had food getting expired and not getting used, and she pulled that, it always pulled like the racism card, and I'm like, I would say the same thing to anybody doing the same thing that you're doing. Which was like, ageism. Like, it's not. It's because you're doing these things that you should not be doing. She's like Teflon and nothing sticks. But it's getting dangerous. Although I wasn't always the best in my job either. But I don't know. I had work was. I could get into that later. She's like Teflon, nothing sticks. But it's getting dangerous. Nurses are requesting to switch shifts just to avoid working with her. Patients complain, but admin brushes it off because she has seniority and good reviews. We've reported her, but HR basically says she's hard to terminate because of all the technicalities, her long employment history, and the fact she has a solid reputation with some of the older bosses who still vouch for her. It's frustrating because nothing changes. Yeah, you gotta get that on, like, film. Get the receipts. Prove that she's being racist and not caring for They might not be able to completely fire her, but they can do a kind of pushing her out into some other smaller area where she won't even want to put her in the basement. you know. Nothing changes. I'm so exhausted dealing with her toxic energy. She's not just a pain, she's a liability. We're literally risking patients' health because one senior nurse is too arrogant to change or be held accountable. Anyone ever dealt with a coworker like this in healthcare? Did reporting help or did it backfire? I'm not a nurse, so please take this with a huge grain of salt because every workplace has their intricacies and whistleblowing. And that's what this would be. Because you can't tell me there haven't been patient complaints and that someone's in HR or office staff aren't covering for her. So first, if you have a union, you need to talk to your union rep, assuming they aren't tight with the Karen. Look into whistleblowing protections to CYA. And yes, this may be treating it too strongly, but if Nancy goes and anyone with half a brain looks into it, they'll see other people in the organization practicing malfeasance. What? Malfeasance. I think that's right. Second, document. Document. Do your best with dates and times or even just rough estimates. Racist language. Cases she was on where care was suspected to be substandard. Hurting team morale, like with the doctor. The nice part about these people is they are consistent. She will no doubt give you tons of content to write down while you get your ducks in a row. Now, if you don't have a union for some reason, still document. But I would go about it a little differently. Does your hospital have a review us or report a problem, phone number and website? Also include the link to or mention your hospital's Google reviews or Yelp reviews. Go full scorched earth on her. Take videos of her not properly washing her hands. Just take videos of her doing everything. I mean, that's totally legal, right? It's in a public area. Oh wait, no, does that make it worse that you can't record people in public? I don't really know how that works. I know you can record people on your own private property. But then I guess all this also depends on where you are and different rules, different laws, different places. Okay. I would print out on small sheets, say a standard page divided by 4, print it out and cut to hand out to patients. Be circumspect. Don't say anything to the patients beyond, hey, we want to hear how we are doing. If you have any issues or compliments about certain staff members, please make note of their names. If they try to dig at all to get you to admit that it's about Nancy, say if you swoop in after she's horrible to them, maybe just repeat the statement with a slow wink. You might be able to get her out with relatively little blowback, especially if you also focus on non-Nancy patients, by flooding the report line with compliments. No matter how careful you are, you should be prepared for a blowback. And also, look at what your options are because Nancy isn't the only thing rotten in your hospital. No one can tell you how much to stick your neck out, but at the end of the day, if you're protecting patients and can find a job elsewhere, you can be satisfied you did something. Also, don't just document Karen, Nancy. Document who you reported to and their response. If they refuse to deal with, ask for that in writing. If they have treated someone else differently, okay, that's not what they meant to say. If they have treated someone else differently for the same infraction, get that documented too. Especially if the bullocking came from the same person who refuses to do anything about this woman, OP. I wish there was a way to like this comment 100 times. Oh. We're just gonna keep scrolling coworker stories then. Savings nerd, here's the stupidest money mistake I see people know this promoted. We don't want that. I have a picture of my coworker's sister on my desk. What? Why? This is more of a funny story than anything else, and I feel the need to clarify that my coworker finds it hilarious. I, 27 female, have a picture of my niece, 6 female, / 5 in the picture, at Disney World on my desk at work. We recently switched from remote to in-person, so a lot of us were meeting people we've worked with for years for the first time. My coworker, 31 male, asked me about the picture of my niece. I didn't think much of it until he started giggling. Turns out, the Alice actor in the picture is his sister. Guess it's true what they say. It's a small world after all. I had to get rid of that. I don't get it that much that it's gonna be like to need a mod yet. Cause, yeah. But I don't want to buy people. I want more people who actually engage in chats, and buying followers is not gonna get that. Actually, I don't mean. No, I'd just rather not. Okay. That's funny. Walked in on my boss talking about me today. Oh. I work in Utah. That's very... That narrows it down. I work in Utah. Doing what? I'd rather you tell me what you work in rather than where you're in Utah. Is that gonna come into the story? We're gonna talk about Mormonism or something? What does that have to do with... Okay. Keep reading. This morning, I, 30 female, was walking over to my boss's office to give him some papers, and overheard him talking to another person in management who is not in my chain of command. She is over a different group. After hearing them complaining about me, I walked in and said, "Thanks, guys, I heard all of that." My supervisor went completely silent. It's like the fact that I don't know if I would even have said that I heard all of that. Because I'd walk in and be like, and then just do what I was there for. I don't know. Because I would not know how to broach the fact that I just heard all of that. I don't know what they were saying. Let's see. My supervisor went completely silent, and I started hyperventilating a bit, but tried to... I mean, there could be a time where I'm like, yeah, I just heard all that, guys. But, tried to maintain composure to get out of there before I cried in front of them. Oh, yeah, I feel it. I'm with ya. Stress. I cry from stress. I'm not sad. I'm just... I've heard this thing where, like, when you cry... I don't know how accurate this is. I'd heard, like, it's... When you cry, it's because your brain is, like, remapping something that... It's like building a new pathway. And, like... Somebody said, like, that there's, like, pain there in it trying to, like, break through a wall. And I don't remember who I heard that from. And I don't know if it's accurate. But it stuck with me. I handed the papers to my supervisor and walked out of the room. Behind me, as I was walking away, the lady he was talking to said very loudly, "Psh, we don't care." There was nobody else around at the time because it was still early at the beginning of work. What were they saying about them? I don't know. Okay, last week, while I was working from home, my 2 my new teammates of just 2 months called me to tell me that he came to her office complaining about me. She tried to set him straight and say that if he has issues, he should come talk to me directly. Yeah. Today after it happened, I went to find her because she texted asking where I was. I had left my office door open when I walked away, which was abnormal, and she went to ask him where I went. He told her he didn't know, but that I had just caught him talking to that lady about me. And then, completely unprovoked, he started telling her everything he told that lady, and saying even more complaints to her about me. She relayed everything to me, which was interesting because I hadn't told her what they had talked about or anything. So, which means that she's not just making it up. What should I do? I'm not sure this is illegal or reportable to HR. It's harassment, but not necessarily discriminatory. Someone suggested that I reach out to our supervisor above him and schedule a mediation session with both supervisors to try to clear the air. What is the best way to word an email like that? TIA? Thanks in advance. Got it. I was like, is that their name? Thanks in advance. What were they saying? She never doesn't say. I'm like, is it work related? That not doing things properly? Or is it criticisms about just personal things? Like, what are we... Still, if somebody's not doing work correctly, tell them so they can fix it. If it's something that you just don't like, oh my god, this person likes watching C-dramas, like, who cares? Who cares what people do in their off time? I don't know. I mean, I would ask for a meeting with that supervisor, and then your supervisor. Explain that there has been some hostility in the workplace, and you are wanting to address and resolve these before addressing concerns with HR. Agree with your previous comment. If they say no, then go directly to HR, but you will need your coworker to back you up as a witness. If your supervisor is going to her directly and saying negative, untrue things, then she needs to speak up and give the facts. Forgot to say that I had suggested a policy change based off the fact that I'm currently revising a policy for the supervisor above my direct supervisor. And he didn't agree with the change. So I brought it up to that upper level supervisor who I was working on the policy with. I see. Yeah, they don't like that. She went above him. And, yeah. But if she was doing it for the other person, she was revising the policy for the supervisor above her direct supervisor. I don't know. So I brought it up to that upper level supervisor who I was working on the policy with. Now my direct supervisor is mad, and that's what he's been complaining about to everyone, saying I'm making up my own policies, which is untrue, and that everyone feels like I'm too hostile to work with. My teammate told him that we don't work with any of the people he said think I'm hostile, and that the change I'm trying to make is actually important. I did say to our above supervisor that I was fully willing to come to a compromise on the policy. The OP was chosen to write this policy for a reason, right? So, I don't know what the direct supervisor is all... What is the policy? Something that will directly affect him? I did say to our above supervisor that I was willing to come to a compromise on policy. I'm convinced that his blabbing about me to everyone is what is making me look hostile, because it's the image he is spinning of me. I've been in your position. Unfortunately, they're going to use you to push those changes through and make you the unpopular one. Then as soon as you get the boot, and they get to go on with a clean nose. How do I know? I used to work in the mergers part of mergers and acquisitions, where a lot of tough decisions had to be made. Is there anything else from OP? I don't want to necessarily. Should have a witness present. Document everything. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have enough, I can't give any advice on this stuff. Maybe I shouldn't be in the subreddit. I've always had coworker issues and management issues. Okay. Are both of my coworkers having a midlife crisis? Oh, and they both got recently divorced. We're gonna skip past that. It's extremely angry if I get to work early, but don't clock in. I mean, you're not allowed to clock in until it's actually your shift time. But okay. Am I wrong for feeling hurt and out of place after this conversation with a coworker? I don't know. I feel like I need to go to a different subreddit now. Any preferences? Am I the idiot? Am I the Karen? Am I the only one? We're such untitled people. What neighbors? Well, that's neighbors. No stupid questions. Out of the loop. Petty revenge. Let's go into petty revenge. My roommate hated my cats and crashed out on me. I sued them and won. What? Alrighty. I, female 23, had roommates. Fern, female 23, and Eric, male 23. Fern was an ex-coworker and reached out to me. We talked and were both trying to move out. She and Eric are engaged and have 2 large dogs, one being a puppy. They wanted to rent a house that had a yard, but couldn't afford it without a roommate. Near single, I would never suggest that. Ever. That might just be me. It's one thing if everybody's kind of single, living together. It's one thing if it's multiple couples all living together. It's one thing if there's a few different single people, a few different couples living together, but it's just one couple and one single person. I don't know. It just does not seem like a good. Because at some point, as the single person, you're going to get pushed out. Unless you have very specific clauses that you're only going to stay there for a year. But eventually, well, which isn't necessarily, but sometimes they end up wanting to start a family and then they're going to want you to end up moving out. So if they're renting a house and not an apartment. Even with an apartment, they might be we need your room now for our kid. I don't know. Talking, we're both trying to move out. She and Eric are engaged and have 2 large dogs, one being a puppy. They wanted to rent a house that had a yard, but couldn't afford it without a roommate, and asked me to become a roommate. I have 2 cats, and we all agreed all animals were okay. In October, we all moved into a nice house, 3 bedrooms upstairs, and one larger one downstairs with a wall connected to the living room. I had the downstairs bedroom. Fern took one bedroom as an office. Fern and Eric took one bedroom as a bedroom. And then they took the other upstairs bedroom as a getting ready area. Wait, was how many bedroom? Wait, what? 3-bedroom upstairs and 1 large one downstairs. Okay. So they took the whole upstairs. And you have the downstairs bedroom. Yeah, strange. I mean, I could get they would have one bedroom that might be shared and then each have their own little. This is me because that's what I would want. I would want my own space because I need my own space. For when I'm like, I need to go decompress and be alone. I don't think I could live with somebody without having my own little space to retreat to. But yeah, not everybody feels that way, so I don't know. But it's not even just like as a getting ready area. Why didn't they just invite even another person and then make the rent even cheaper? Do they not have a 4th person to invite to live with them? Cause and that like if it's one couple and like 2 single people, I could kind of get that. But it's like when it's one couple and 1 single person, it's just like that single person is always gonna feel like the third wheel. It's just always gonna be like that. It ends up being their house and you're just an overnight guest. Okay. One of my cats, Mario, took very well to the change. He was cautious for about a week, but then did great. Luigi, my other kitty, had a tougher time. He only stayed in my room and rarely came out. The dogs mainly stayed in the living room. Luigi began to come out occasionally after a month, but would run away when approached outside of my bedroom. I bought gates for doorways that allow cats through to that when needed. That when or that through to TOO that when needed we could keep the dogs away from the cats. Essentially, Luigi finally became comfortable in the house and explored upstairs. Fern saw him in her office and lost it. Since the whole upstairs is their space, I offered to buy a gate for the stairs. Oh, okay, I see where the problem's coming in. For the stairs, that way the cats won't go upstairs. That seemed fair to me. We said no because she'd fall. What? She'd fall? Fern or the cat? Wait, no, Luigi's probably not a she. I make no assumptions. Luigi could be a she. Okay. Oh, wait. Did they say the other cat was named Mario? Did I see that? Mario and Luigi? Yeah. Yeah. Mario and Luigi. It's their cats. Okay. And how proper is that Mario is the one who's like, oh, and then Luigi was more shy and came out later. Seems right to me. That honestly made no sense, but okay. So, I then offer another solution. Uh-oh, we have an ad coming on live. I could snooze it. 5 minutes so I can finish the story. Hopefully it's not too long. Okay. I offered to buy a gate for the stairs. That honestly made no sense. So I then offered another solution. They closed the doors to the room upstairs. Why did they allow the cats in and say all animals are okay if they're not okay with the cats going into their area? What? I don't get it. Okay. Because she'd fall. That honestly made no sense, but okay. So I then offer another solution. They closed the doors to the rooms upstairs. That way the cats can't go in and there is no gate. Fern said that is not possible because it gets too cold upstairs. The solution she offered was my cats only stay in my room and the living room, which they didn't love because the dogs. It's like, how do you keep cats to just 2 rooms? Is the living room have a door? Is there another door that gets closed? I don't know. I live in an open concept house, so I'm always like, what do you mean? Which they didn't love because of the dogs. Before, they had been allowed in the kitchen, which is the pathway to the cat tree, which Fern refused to allow in the living room. My cats were trapped while her messy and untrained dogs went everywhere. Yeah, they're just using you for the rent money, dear. Get out of there. This is clear to me from the start. The cat tree, which Fern refused to allow in the living room. My cats were trapped while her messy and untrained dogs went everywhere. I told her she was being ridiculous and unreasonable, and I had offered 2 great solutions, and would pay for the one that required it. She said those were not solutions, and if I didn't like her rules, then I could get out. Yeah. Did you sign the lease? Did you sign the lease? I started tearing up because honestly, she and Eric had been so nice before. Yeah, when they wanted something from you. I was just shocked that they switched up so quickly. She then said, "What? You're gonna cry about it now? Like, bitch, I'm losing my housing situation. Yes, I am. Yes, I am gonna cry." Anyway, mid-December is when the argument went down, and I took my cats to my parents because I didn't know if they were safe there because of Fern's unexpected behavior. I packed all my stuff up and moved into my parents'. Mid-January, we amended the lease to remove me from it. It actually cost $300 to do that, and since they wanted me out, I said they should pay it. They refused, but I said I would pay the $300 fee if they give me the $700 portion I paid to the security deposit that I would never see again. They agreed to that and said they would pay me on the specific date I signed off the lease. I'm confused on that. So they agreed to give them the $700 portion they paid to the security deposit, but they wouldn't pay the $300. Okay. Are they actually going to follow through? So they would pay me on the specific date I signed off the lease. Those were the only conditions, and all over text message. Come the day I sign off the lease in January, they text me that I will not be receiving any money from them because I left the room a mess? Okay, that's fine. I took a video slash photos of the room the day I vacated. I'd vacuumed and taken all of my stuff. I texted them that I would see them in court. And they laughed and said there was no way I could afford court and that I would have zero case. I proceeded to take them to small claims court. They avoided certified mail service, which cost $90. I then had to pay $90 for process servers. Yeah. People that will testify they served Fern and Eric. Today came the day, and I was so nervous, but felt that I would win. I got to the courtroom early, watched the people before me act all catty, disrespectful to each other, and honestly saw the magistrate react. So I decided I would do my best to remain calm and on the facts when I spoke. Fern and Eric showed up 2 minutes late, and we begin. I share that when I asked if I paid the $300 vacating fee, would they pay me back $700? They texted me, and I quote, "Of course, that is your money." I told the magistrate that the lease and my state's laws dictate that a landlord has 30 days after a tenant vacates to create an itemized list of damages that I was responsible for, and I had never received any such list and therefore caused no damage. I mention I have photos of the room as I left it, and then have to show Fern and Eric the photos before I show the magistrate. Oh no, the ad came in progress. Is anyone in who's getting the ad that I should pause for? How much? Oh yeah, I've got quite a bit left still. I'm going to pause mid-story because I don't know. This is 4 people in chat, so it's just a bit longer. Oh, Tyrannosaurus. I haven't seen them in a moment. I see you. If you can hear me or not, because there's an ad going. Anyways, time to eat my tuna fish sandwich. Alright, where do we leave off? I mentioned I have photos of the room as I left it, then have to show Fern and Eric the photos before I show the magistrate. They get their turn. Fern says, "Well, I changed my mind because she left the room in disarray. It smelled like cat urine and had stains all over." She then referenced my photos to the magistrate and said, "You could see stains in the photos." The magistrate analyzed the photos and the text confirmation that I would be paid under the specific conditions. He said in the photos, a landlord would not see any damage, and the only thing he sees on the carpet is vacuum lines. That was amazing. Toward the end, the magistrate asks if we have anything else to add before he makes the verdict. Fern popped up and mentioned that I had not been kicked out and that I left in December all of a sudden. Weird. The magistrate said I wasn't claiming to be kicked out. I confirmed that was not my claim and reaffirmed my claim and mentioned I left in December because I did not know if my cats would be safe with people who didn't like/want them around. So I just took them to my parents just in case. That did not matter, lol. Either way, he makes his verdict and states I have the burden of proof and they owe me the $700 plus the $180 court fees. So I typed this in my notes because I couldn't share until after the appeal period. Good thing I waited because they decided to appeal. Before we went before magistrate, this time we go in front of a judge. Fun fact about their puppy. They did not let it out enough, and it would poop inside a lot, and often outside my bedroom door. They didn't like them going out in bad weather. Animal abuse. Animal abuse. Animal abuse. Animal abuse. This is animal abuse. Neglect. Whatever you want to call it. Yeah. They didn't like them going out in bad weather because it made... I continued reading it silently. They didn't like them going out in bad weather because it made the carpets and white furniture dirty. I was gonna be like, yeah, it's one thing if, you know, it's cold out and you think the dog's gonna get cold. But, or, even then. Oh my god, what was that? There was some story about... I'm so close to the end. I don't remember, what's that on, like... I just seen it on Facebook, or where did I see that? Somebody called the cops. This guy left his dog out overnight, and like the cops showed up, and it's like a husky or something. The dog itself is choosing to be outside. The owner kept opening the door like, "Hey, you want to come inside?" And the dog's like, "I'm fine." And it's like covered in snow. The ground was covered in snow, and the dog's just chilling, hanging out outside. Like somebody called the cops that they're neglecting their dog. It's outside in the snow. The dog is like a husky. It is got that fur. It's an animal that is built for being outside in cold weather. Are you gonna call animal control on like all the bears and wolves and all those that are outside in the snow? Like, what are you talking about? It's like, even if the dog wanted inside, the guy would have let the dog in. Because it was overnight. The dog was completely content. The police just kind of left. They're like, yeah, if we realized, we wouldn't have shown up. But no, they didn't like them going out in bad weather because it made the carpets and white furniture dirty. Overall, they just didn't seem like the best puppy owners. Once, both dogs ran away because they let them off leash in the front yard. And luckily, they weren't hit because we were near busy roads. So they did go to a greenhouse and roll around in manure. But they did go to a greenhouse and roll around in manure. The dog always jumped when I was fine with, which I was fine with, but it was annoying since they lost it over my cats existing. The other dog was super friendly and generally listened. After the appeal, today was the appeal, I showed up and waited and waited. Apparently, they cancelled the appeal, so I win. Yay. And very surprisingly, they paid me today as well. I'm very happy to say this period of my life, where they are a part of mine, is completely done and had a happy ending. Yay! Glad you managed to get your money back. Yep, and you got rid of AHs in your life. Win-win. Cat's safe. I'm glad the law worked in your favor and you had a reasonable judge. I read so many posts on Reddit in which the OP didn't make use of small claims court, but they should have. Good for you for making a smart decision and following through. The thing is, if they had just paid the $300 for the whatever it was, I didn't really understand, for breaking the lease or whatever, that none of this would have happened. But I knew they weren't going to pay that $700. Well, I guess they did end up paying it because they got took to court. Okay. I made sure to have all the proof I could. I took photos of the room, and because they knew this was coming. And a full video, because I thought they may try to pull something. Along with the printouts of the text messages where we agreed on terms. Small claim is definitely worth it if you have a good case, but you have to have some physical proof. What would be great is if they took the pictures and then trashed the room. They must have done that after I left, because look at these pictures that I took. Don't do that, guys. Don't do that. But that would be petty revenge. But it would also be beyond that, because it's just shitty behavior to do that. I stole... Wait, I thought they said I stole a shopping cart. I stole from a shopping cart? Ooh, they took something out of somebody else's shopping cart. Oh gosh, why? So this happened a few days ago at a grocery store. I was waiting patiently in my lane. Beside me was the priority lane for senior citizens, PWDs, etc. There were a couple of elderly people sitting on the chairs provided specifically for them while waiting for their turn. Pretty normal setup. Never knew that. Never heard about that being a thing. Okay. Now, some guy casually walks up and cuts right in front of the seated seniors. I speak up and say, hey, they're already in line. And this guy, without even looking at me, goes, I don't see them standing in line, though. Real smug, real dismissive. The elderly folks look uncomfortable, but didn't want to cause a scene. So I shut up and simmered. A few minutes later, we're still in the lanes, and I notice his cart is stacked with what looks like camping gear, such as a sleeping bag, paper, plates, marshmallows, instant noodles, a portable stove, etc. And there it was, a single can of butane gas. A single can? A single? Just one can of butane gas? Not even propane, but butane. But he did say a portable stove. Yeah, portable stoves use butane. Oh wait, no, that I have. On today's segment of Why the F Do I Have Butane? This is for a soldering iron. A cordless one. But I do also have a camping stove. But yeah, I have a soldering iron. Because when I was living in the RV, I was living in an RV for a while, and my... Am I going way off story? How long is it? I was trying to get my power converter or something. One of the wires had, like, blown or so. I don't know. But I had to resolder it on. And it was like an old RV. And I couldn't just replace the circuit board. I'd have to replace the whole thing. So I'm like, I'm just gonna try solder it in place myself. It kept coming off, and I still failed to use a soldering iron for the life of me. But yeah, that's why I have butane. And I also just trying to learn. I like to learn new things. Yeah. I don't know why the soldering iron was in my room too. Was I trying to use it for something? New clip, why do I have a butane? Yes. Why is it in my room? There must have been some other... I don't remember. Sometimes there's other, like, circuit boards that I'm like... yeah. I try to fix things, and then I fail, but... at least I gave it the old college try, right? Anyways. There was a single can of butane gas. And right there, I saw an opportunity. It's unfortunate that it wasn't like, it's just like camping. Well, no, because then he won't be able to eat food. He'll have to make an actual fire. Like, if it was like a, portable heater, and he took the propane. He'd be cold in the night. Anyways, okay. They probably just, I don't know. Okay, right there I saw an opportunity. The guy's blabbering on the phone, totally distracted. So I casually lean over, plucked the butane from his cart, and slid it into mine. Actually, I guess one can of butane for a camping stove can last a while. I don't know what I was thinking. If it was like propane and with a heater, I'd probably still bring two, even if it's just for one night. He didn't notice. He checked out and left. I paid for my stuff, including his butane, and walked away. Somewhere out there, this man arrived at his campsite, probably boasting about how smart and quick he is. And when he tried to fire up that portable stove, no gas, no hot food, no coffee, just crunchy noodles and the sweet taste of consequences. Hopefully. Edit. Some stores where I'm from put those plastic benches for priority lanes. Also, PWD means people with disability. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah. Thank you for this nugget of petty revenge. Yeah, it's too bad that he has no idea that is why the butane went missing. And he might never learn his lesson. He'll think that it just fell out of his cart or he forgot to grab it. I don't know. Never would have happened if he had opted for propane. Butane is a bastard gas. Taste the meat, not the heat. I can taste propane too. It's gross. I don't know. I've never noticed myself. What is going on? Okay. It was international waters. Okay, this is not enough to draw me in. Woman asked for a more experienced bike mechanic because I looked really young. I have zero intention of paying this debt. You get what you deserve. You want to steal my lunch? Eat my period? What? What? Where are we going with this? Where are we going with this? This is a classic story about that asshole who steals food from the work refrigerator. It was about 10 years ago. Like, are we talking like literal as a woman with periods monthly? Those periods? They put something in the food? Is that where we're going? Am I gonna want to throw up? How much does he deserve it? Just because he's stealing the food? It was about 10 years ago. At least twice a week, my homemade lunch would disappear from the fridge. The thief had the decency not to take the box, which I found empty, or almost empty, every time. I was new and quickly discovered, by talking to my colleagues, that it was the work of a misogynistic jerk. A dude without a girlfriend and thinks that women are supposed to make food? Wait, no, I don't know. With whom I obviously didn't get along. He wasn't new to this, but the management never did anything. Fine, I'm a petty person, and I have time to spare. I started bringing decoy lunches that I put in the fridge, and I would eat a sandwich that didn't need to be refrigerated. After 2 weeks, I started talking to everyone, including him, about this new wellness method I had discovered and was following to the letter. Collecting. Yep. Is that actually what she's doing, though? Or is she just saying that she did this? Collecting my menstrual ingredients to eat it. I even showed a video on my phone where I was prepping the meal and emptying my menstrual cup into it. I hope this guy was... I don't know if I want to say that I hope he was doing something worse to deserve this, because that is bad. On actually a few different levels, because you should never make somebody ingest your blood. Like, you could spread diseases and stuff doing that. Oh, wait, she even says it. Okay. I am well aware of the severe risks associated with getting into contact with someone else's blood, so rest assured that it was not true. I just wanted to get him to believe it. It is possible, however, that he ate my feet's dead skin. I can get behind that. It's gross, but it's on a different level of gross. I would rather know that I ate somebody's dead foot skin cells than their menstruation. So one is gonna make you... both might kind of make you want to throw up, but... Anyway, he took a week off after that to go get tested. And after that, I don't know. Could he even if she did put blood in there and he got contaminated by it, could he sue her when it's not food that was prepared for him? I don't know. Okay. He took a week off after that, and our shared fridge became a safe place to store our food. brings new meaning to lunch, period. Poor person's award. Okay. Diabolical, disgusting, possibly deranged. I love it. Standing ovulation. This was not an overreaction. Overreaction. Indeed, it was appropriate for the period. She ended his cycle of crime. Glad she didn't pad the truth and gave him the full flow of justice. She put a stamp on his thieving ways. This action bleeds justice. Serves him right. That man went through men's cruel crime. Through men's cruel crime. I hate all of you. I need to step up my pun game, y'all are killing me. Need to stop, period. No, let's keep egging them on. My cup runneth over with these jokes. Their menstrual cup. Okay. My sword and my bow. Oh, take my oh, damn it, and mine, and my sword, and my axe, and my bow. My menstrual cup. Okay. Don't steal from the dead. Oh my gosh. Truer words have never been said. Wait, I don't know. Now I need to think about it. They're dead and they're not using it. It's still very disrespectful. What are we stealing? Years ago, there was a farmer called Buck. And the thing about Buck was that he was obsessed with getting money. He'd lie, steal, and cheat to get it. And the one person who he wanted to get money off of was his dad. And his dad owned the farm. He was fairly rich. And he had a safe that everyone saw inside some way. Of, some way or another. And everyone knew there was a few £1,000s in there. This was the 60s. So, A, it'll be more today. B, the money was different back then. Remember this. The problem was, Buck knew the combination, but couldn't take the money, as his dad would know. So, Buck had to wait for the perfect opportunity. His dad would, how old is he? Take it and run away. Don't steal, okay? Don't steal. Sadly, one day, Buck's father ended up passing away. Now, the only part of the story I don't have a clear recollection of is if Buck waited till after the funeral to open the safe, or if he found his dad dead and went to open the safe. But in the end, Buck opened the safe after his father's passing. Now, his dad must have had the best sense of humor and the knowledge he was going to die. Because instead of finding the thousands in the safe, he found a single £1 note propped up in an ark, so it was staring Buck in the face. Side story. After everyone found out the safe was empty, everyone wanted to know where the money was, as everyone saw that it was full, until one day Tom, one of the farmers, said that the dad hid it down the well, but secretly, watching to see who'd jump down the well first. As he'd made that up. Oh, Tom, one of the farmers, said the dad hid it down the well, but secretly watching to see who jumped down the well first, as he'd made that up. But then what did happen to the money? If I was Buck and didn't know if anyone else had any claim to the money, or wanted to avoid anyone thinking that I had money, I'd have taken the thousands, and then told a story about only finding a single £1 note in the safe. Since I'm not Buck, I don't expect that I would have thought all that out at the time myself. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit for fast thinking. I'm going through what was mentioned in the last story. So there's cramping right now. And cramping. Part of why my energy is low today. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit for fast thinking. You know what, that's actually really smart, but as far as I know, no one knows where the money is or has ever found it. The reason I say as far as I know is because the person who told me the story thinks that Buck's son found it, so she knows where it is, but doesn't have enough evidence to go behind. P.S. I'm pretty sure Buck was accompanied by his brother to check the safe, so he wasn't alone. Like I said, I was told this story, so all the details are from one source. Now, I'm playing with conspiracy theories. What if Buck took the money and then pretended to have not checked until he opened it a second time, or the brother took it? With a witness. Perhaps I'm reading too many Perry Mason books. If Buck was that smart, he would have cultivated a good reputation so he could get away with more. I don't know what is, I guess, because the dad. Revenge. I don't like not knowing where the money went. Kept leaning on me on a bus. Enjoy the floor, ma'am? Yeah. I was like thinking, like, as a woman, if like a man was doing that, I'd be like, stop it. But yeah, I don't know what's going on. Let's read it. This happened recently on a semi-crowded bus. I was standing in the middle of the bus, although there was plenty of space around. As they do, this woman decided to stand right next to me. After a few moments, she started leaning her shoulder against mine. I lightly asked her to move a little away since it was uncomfortable. I thought this was basic manner. She did, but only for a few minutes. Then she came back again to use me as her human pillar. I never get this. I was at Barnes & Noble a few weeks ago, standing in line, and there's nobody else in line. There was somebody else at the checkout counter. And this guy comes up, and he gets like as close to me as possible. And it's like, there's a long area that you can stand. And then like I keep kind of moving away. He keeps moving closer. I'm like, buddy. I didn't say anything because I'm not good at that. But man, was I annoyed. It's like, I don't know if he's trying to push me to go. And then when I was at the counter, like, here's where the sign is that you're supposed to wait at. He was like in the counter, the checkout. There was one person checking out, and like he was like standing in, but like at least he didn't go like, right up to me when I'm still at the counter. But he's like in between where I was and where the sign is that says to wait at, and I'm like, are you just being super impatient or what? Like, I had half a mind to just be like, go! Like, I don't, just go in front of me. Like, stop it. So, it's the stand where you sign where it says like to wait here, and I'm standing here. And like, usually the line continues off that way. And like, I'm standing right where the sign is. And there's a moment like, he's like here, and then he like moved over to here. I was like, how does that make sense? And the checkout's over there. I'm just like, but it like loops around. I'm like, what are you doing? Why? So impatient and so rude. Okay. I would have been just as annoyed if it had been a woman. But the fact that it's a man makes it so much worse, because it's like, are you being pervy? I never know. Guys, do not stand so close to women, because they don't know if you're being pervy or not. Just don't do it. Shouldn't have to tell people. This guy was like, I don't know how old. 60, 70, maybe older? Should know basic human etiquette. But no. And she came back to use me as her human pillar. I can't even tell how pissed off I was. So I decided to take my petty revenge. Once she got comfortable using me as her support again, I suddenly took a step back without warning. So she lost her balance and fell down right away. Stood up, looked at me, didn't say a word, and stood well away from me for the rest of the ride. Edit, I think I need to mention a few things. I'm a girl. A lot of you guys thinking I'm a guy. The woman looked perfectly fine, no visible health issues. If that was the case, I'd never do this to her. I'm not that insensitive. I can tell she wasn't a pickpocket, because my bag was on the other shoulder, and she had her back against me. So I'm careful with these things. The weather was hot and humid AF, and this situation was sweaty. That's why I was more pissed off than I would have been on a normal day. On a bus in Delhi one time, a woman came and stood too close to me. And stretched her arm across my front to hold the same seat that I was holding. Her shawl draped over my handbag, so I put my hand in my handbag and found her hand in there. I shouted, and she didn't move away, so then I stood firmly on her sandaled foot. Then she moved away. Nothing was missing yet, so it was okay. So if you found her hand in your bag, you should have just grabbed a couple of her fingers and bent them backwards enough to hurt pretty good and say, "Stay the frick out of my bag, thief." Break a finger or even wrist. Ooh. I don't know. I was in a relatively crowded subway some years ago on my way to work. I had managed to get a seat in the aisle, and the aisle was filling up. This guy, who was clearly high on something, came in, stood right in front of a woman, and started a similar routine of trying to lean on her until she protested. As soon as I noticed what was going on, I gave her my seat, and I stood in front of the guy, who was half asleep and had turned around at this point. Well, he decided to give it another go, turned around, and was shocked to see a 6'6", bearded, angry-looking man staring down on him. All of a sudden, he was fully awake and was able to behave. Yeah. I hate that. I hate that so much. Which just goes to show that it's not so much of the time, it's not the guys can't control themselves. They choose not to. They choose not to behave themselves. They can't help it. They're just a guy. No! They can help it. Right there you see it. They can. They just keep choosing not to. If we're going on that topic, if like men can't help themselves, then you would see more situations of straight men hooking up with other men because they're just too drunk and don't know what's going on. Do you see that happening? No, then they have enough awareness. And they are just... nothing wrong with guys liking other guys. I don't know if I need to say that. But, yeah. It's the fact that it comes to people who do not respect other people's autonomy. It's only other women whose autonomy they don't respect. You don't see them doing it. Okay, that's not true. That's not true. I'm sorry. That's not true. But still always gonna be somebody who's, well, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's always somebody weaker than them. But it's like, if people who are stronger than them would just push them away, if they would have tried. I don't know. I don't know how to think about it now. But still. The whole, oh, they were drunk. That's not an excuse. That story kind of showed it right there. Not that story, but the comment. Don't care about your tenants or house. Not going to fix important things. Forget making profit from me or having an easy tenant. Weed in smoke-free complex. Enjoy getting the munchies. What did they do? Did they starve somebody? What? I live in a smoke-free apartment complex. Smoking of any kind is not prohibited. It's not prohibited? What did I say? Smoking of any kind is not permitted based on the agreed lease. However, despite this, one of my neighbors has decided to break the rules. He thought he's above the rules. They don't apply to him. Of course not. Now, I don't particularly care if you want to partake in some recreational use. He could just get some edibles. That's none of my business. However, I live in a rather expensive complex where you pay extra to supposedly not have to deal with smoking or people getting high off of weed. But if it's just smoking, could they not eat edibles and be fine? So you could still deal with people high on weed, but... Additionally, because our AC isn't the best, and it's much cooler at night, I like to have my fan in my window to blow in some cool air at night. Unfortunately, I have a random neighbor who several nights a week likes to partake in the devil's lettuce somewhere right outside my window. This means that because of my fan, I end up having my whole room smell like weed, which I personally hate. Now, if you happen to like the smell, then that's fine. But again, I live in an apartment where you are paying extra to not have this behavior as per the lease agreement. Keep in mind that this always happens at night when it's too dark for me to see the perpetrator to report it to the complex. Cue my petty response. Could get one of those cameras that pick up nights. Or get a outside light that shines right outside your window. Now, whenever my room smells like weed, I will cook something in the microwave, usually popcorn. Turn the fan in my window around so that the air in my room is blowing outside, and put my snack right in front of the fan to blow the smell out of our apartment. The idea is to hopefully make the perpetrator get the munchies so that they leave and take their smells with them. Does this work? I don't know, but my room at least smells better after I do it. Let me know if you have any suggestions for snacks to put in front of the fan. I'm thinking I'll try microwave brownies next. Edit. It has come to my attention that my methods are probably ineffective. I will now focus on trying to report the issue to the complex as recommended. Hello. Just reading some Reddit because I'm having a low energy day. So, and I mean, on my schedule, I put to play Minecraft on Mondays, but I'm just not feeling Minecraft lately, so I'm debating taking that off my schedule. Yeah. And, I didn't play Kingdom Hearts at all last week. It was too hot here, and I did not want my computer and PlayStation on, because I use both when, streaming. I use both, and that would be way too hot in here. We had a, heat advisory for where I live, so. Hello! I appreciate it. Nice to see you. But, yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think. I thought they were gonna. That they took the person's food so they couldn't eat. They're high and can't eat, but that's not what happened. Blowing pleasant smells toward a pothead, you really showed them. But if you burned that popcorn, petty revenge isn't really my forte. That's okay. I mean, it was silly revenge. That wasn't. Didn't end up being revenge. Some sort of water mister through the fan would help. Wait, what? Oh, a bucket of water out the window every single time a soggy joint is no. They'll get the message eventually. And do this, OB, and report back. Some sort of water mister through the fan. Make sure to put pepper in it. Blow pepper water out the window. And he might not notice, his eyes might already be all watery. I don't know. I smoke, but I'm considerate to others. It's not hard. I wouldn't smoke where I knew it would affect someone. I even bought a smoke buddy to reduce the smell even further. I like your idea of giving the munchies, but you're too nice. Wafting something offensively smelly, like rotting waste bin or rotten fart smells might work better. Asking as you don't have to smell it. I don't know what they said there. Your extra expensive apartment has shitty AC. Seems like you're getting ripped off. And not for nothing, but unless the lease agreement specifically says nowhere on the property, then they generally only cover indoors. Probably, but I live in California, and everywhere is expensive. Plus, I'm living with relatives, so that's really not my call to make. Yeah, the way they said it seemed like it was a whole property. No smoking on the premises. But I don't know. Oh, my brother in Christ, you rent in California and think you're entitled to a weed-free space. Oh man, I don't know how I feel about them saying that, but if the complex says no smoking, then yes, you should be able to bank on that if it is in the writing. Okay. You should absolutely just go outside and talk to them. Stoners aren't like alcoholics. We're reasonably peaceful people. Some are. Although some are stoners and alcoholics, so you don't know who was this person. I'm sure if you ask them politely not to suck doinks under your window, they'll be malleable toward an alternative arrangement for their needs. Especially if you bring them a little popcorn baggie. We effing love treats. So your neighbor can afford an expensive apartment and weed, and you're complaining from your relative's apartment. Sounds like you have bigger problems to worry about than your neighbor who can afford things. Maybe the smoker's also living with relatives. We just don't know. That's not really fair. Nobody should be forced to smell something that is unappealing to them. She's not got a problem with him doing it, just that she has to smell it. Very well could be, but at least the smoker isn't on here complaining about another neighbor minding their own business. OP stated the person routinely smokes at night, so they probably just got off work and are winding down. They aren't blazing 24/7. Like, damn, let the person chill after a long, shitty day at work, face the fan out for 5 minutes, and move on. I don't know of any apartment complex paying extra or paying basic that allows smoking. I think the extra is just that it's not allowed on the premises. Okay, maybe that's not the case. I don't know. Did OP ever even say anything? A lot of people in the comments are gonna be stoners who are like, just let us be. But it's like, I'm not against stoners. I had my days. But I'm not. Oh, what's the word? It was just there. An inconsiderate person. But I could be just unaware that I'm coming off inconsiderate. And yeah. To which it's like, oh, just let me know. I might just be completely oblivious. Okay. Been enjoying. Wait, what did this person say? Because they said, been enjoying the green for 60 years. When will I have smoked enough that I won't get the munchies anymore? I live in a city where weed is legal and all the apartment buildings ban it. How well it's enforced is a different story. I used to smoke a ton, but quit a couple winters back, but honestly, I would just ask them if they could smoke in a different spot, and let them know what's bothering you. I wonder if, because it's coming in through OP's window, if they are in their house blowing it out the window, or if they actually are going outside and doing it. I mean, people don't just blow it out their window in a building where you're not supposed to smoke in. No, nobody does that. Oh wait, this is also in summer. Like, that's something that people would be more likely to do in winter, you know. It's too cold to go outside. Just don't do this. I don't know what you should do instead, but don't do that. Just get edibles. Once you smoke enough, those side effects like munchies stop happening, so it's probably not doing anything to them. That'll just let them know it's making you feel sick and say to please move away. It's too bad that because then they'd have to go out into the dark to talk to them, and I wouldn't want to do that. If I knew who it was, I could talk to them during the day. I would not go outside and talk to them when it's dark out. Going outside into the edge of the block, trying not to bother anyone. I would be mortified to find out he'd been disrupting stuff. Source was a dumb teenager that thought smoke didn't travel either. That's true. I forgot about that. Sometimes you end up smelling it from quite a distance away. Okay. Got guilt tripped over a tip, so I left 10 cents instead. Like, I've heard other stories like this thread, but this is not one that I'd... Okay. Got guilt tripped over a tip, so I left 10 cents instead. I work in custodial at a resort. I clean, puke, piss, shit in both guest and employee bathrooms, including the ones the bar staff use. One day after work, I went to the resort bar, not a sit-down place, and bought a $9 pre-made drink. Pre-made drink? The part... okay. The bartender just poured it over ice with a bit of oat milk. I didn't tip. I usually don't for counter service, especially when the food/drinks are already overpriced. As I was waiting, I saw her glance at the receipt. And then she turned to me and said, "What department are you in?" I said I was in cleaning. Then she hit me with, "Well, it's really important to tip because it goes around." I was honestly shocked. I felt super passive aggressive and it felt super passive aggressive and like she was calling me out. I didn't even order food, just a drink she poured from a bottle. I don't believe tipping should be treated like an obligation, especially when I do some of the dirtiest work at the resort and don't get tips myself. So later that same day, I went back and ordered another drink. And this time, I tipped exactly 10 cents. Not out of malice, but just to make a point. If you're going to shame me for not tipping, I'll still tip, but on my terms. Ever since then, she's been cold toward me and avoids talking to me. But I have no regrets. Don't guilt trip the janitor. We've seen too much. I don't know if that... Is 10 cents really better than nothing? It adds up. It adds up, guys. It adds up. But kind of... But I still wonder if they went back and they didn't tip again, if she would have still said, like, it. It goes around? What? Like, she'll give you a tip for cleaning up after. Also, it doesn't make sense to tip at a place that you are working at. Does it? I don't know. Somebody tell me. Somebody tell me. Like, if you work at a place that has tips and you eat there or whatever, do you tip your coworkers? I could, I understand going to a different establishment and that you do tip there. But do you tip your own coworkers? I don't know. The only place that I worked that would have accepted tips would have been, like, Dairy Queen and Taco Time. And then it would have been weird to leave a tip. It's only like sometimes somebody would, like, get $1 back and they'll just give it to you or something. But I don't think I would ever have done that to a coworker or had a coworker give a tip. Unless it was an ex-coworker who no longer worked there. Okay, we're gonna run an ad and I'm gonna take my meds. That's my wrong screen. I wanted something to look at, but maybe I'll just move the whole screen. I was scrolling, and this one just is like very much that I need to click it. We need to read it. I did not read it, but I started reading it. Advice needed. AITAH for not being able to stand my fiance's mentally challenged son. Just off the bat, maybe not. It's hard to deal with, and even people, when it's their own biological children, they end up giving them up, which is very sad. And like, but if it's better to give them, allow them to have the best life with the best support they can. And if you cannot offer that, it's hard. Like, but let's read, because I don't know where we're going with this. So here's the full picture. My fiance is a DV survivor. A real bad case of it. She was almost, but finally escaped last minute. Sadly, one of the forms of abuse she faced was reproductive abuse. By the time she escaped, he forced her to have 4 kids. He forced her to have 4 kids. I always wanted a big family, and after dating her for about 6 months, she was just perfect, and hanging out with her was effortless. Part of me is like, should she be dating? I don't know. I don't know how long it's been since she got out of that situation. I don't know. Yeah, there's not enough info on that. But, I mean, if she, like, more recently got out of it, then she needs some time to, like, heal from that. But, okay, let's continue. We've been together for about 4 years. Been 4 years, and you're just coming to this about her son? We've been together for about 4 years, and are planning to get married in October, and we have a baby of our own together. However, I don't know if I can take living in this situation anymore. When I met her, the youngest was barely a year old. Nothing really seemed off with him, but he was just quiet. At about 2 years old, we knew something was wrong. He was starting to rock back and forth violently, and would not respond to his name anymore. By 3, he was diagnosed with ASD and began therapy. We were told autistic kids only get better with age, and the younger years are often the worst part. Many autistic kids grow into fully functional adults. Well, he's 5 now and has done nothing but get worse. He's only 5. This is not to say that he's going to continue to get worse, but I need to hear more about, because yeah, it might be hard for a while. That doesn't mean it's not going to get better. Is he have more? I need to keep reading. So I'm like, there's so many. It's a spectrum. So just saying that somebody has ASD does not give me enough info. Just that he wasn't responding to his name, and that he'd rock back and forth. Okay, I mean, that doesn't seem that... Does he never respond to his name? Ever? Or just has times when... That's by 2... Yeah, okay, but how is he at 5? Okay. This is nothing but worse. He spends about 14 hours a day moaning as loud as he can. Okay, yeah. like a ghost trapped in some ancient tomb, mourning the life it once had, non-stop. Okay, he's self-soothing. Okay. Non-stop. If you disturb or disrupt him, he becomes inconsolable. Yeah, because that's a form of soothing. But yeah, 14 hours a day can be hard to hear that. As somebody who it seems likely on the spectrum, hearing that for 14 hours a day, I would be like, stop it. Just stop. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it. I can't take it. I cannot take it. But okay, if you disturb or disrupt him, he becomes inconsolable and writhes on the ground screaming like he's on fire. He screams so loud that I've developed hyperacusis, and it's extremely painful for me, so I walk around wearing earplugs most days. He trashes the house non-stop. He's 5. What else is... yeah, he's definitely on the higher support needs, and looks like as I scanned lower. He trashes the house nonstop. Every room he enters is ransacked 15 minutes later. He has to wear a backwards onesie. Oh, yep. Because he will eat his poop and smear it all over himself and the walls if he is left alone. When he gets really upset, he will get naked and pulverize his genitals until they're purple. We can't even do anything as a family because we can't take him out into public. So we pretty much just sit at home all day cleaning up messes when we're not at work. He wears a diaper and eats nothing but spicy Doritos. So he craps brown watery stool constantly. And we are changing his diaper about 5 times a day. Yeah. This is the part where it's like, that's really hard to live with. Yeah. I've never had to live with it myself. My best friend's cousin, I guess he's her cousin. I was like, my best friend's cousin's brother, but I guess that's also her cousin. He was of that sort as a teenager and would just randomly get naked sometimes. And they're like, oh, you need to put your clothes back on now, buddy. And there's up the road, there was another. And I don't know much about that one, but just that his mom would often walk him around the neighborhood. And then my, another friend, her brother. Had I ever met her brother? I'm not sure. Maybe I didn't because I think her parents were divorced and he might have lived with... I've been to her house a few times. I don't know. But yeah. It's frustrating. It's hard. Like, and sometimes when it's somebody's own child, they can't even deal with it, let alone it being a stepchild. It's something he's gonna have to talk to his fiance about. Come up with a plan. Decide if you... let's keep reading and see what the comments tell him. Changing his diaper about 5 times a day. The other kids barely leave their rooms because they don't want to be around it, and I have barely seen my 2-year-old because her son absorbs all the energy and time. Why would you not be able to see your 2-year-olds? It sounds, I don't, yeah, that's, it's unfortunate though because he already has a child with her. They're not married, they're engaged, but this is something your son, no, is your 2-year-old son? I don't know. Your 2-year-old is always gonna have them as their brother, so oh dear, okay. The worst part of all is of this is his mom is in denial, and anytime I show any kind of wariness or being tired by the situation, she gets angry at me and tells me to leave if I'm unhappy. Stand on ground, girl. Like, sounds like she already went through hell and back with her ex. So, yeah, I agree with her. If you're unhappy, leave. Like, especially with this, with the son. He could be picking up on you being stressed about him, and it can make him act out worse. Mm. Tells me to leave if I'm unhappy. We are all unhappy and miserable, though. She has had 2 breakdowns where she says she wants to put him in a home because it's too much. Yeah, I don't blame her. It would be very unfortunate for him, but it's a lot to deal with. And you don't understand how hard it is to deal with unless you have dealt with it. So even I don't know how hard it is to deal with. But wants to put him in a home because it's too much, and I always say, I will support you in whatever you decided. Because trying to convince a mom to get rid of her child doesn't sit well with me. Yes, 100% on that. I don't know what to do, and I feel like an asshole. This isn't my mistake to learn from. I know it's not his fault he is here, and I know this is a horrible way to look at it, but it honestly feels like her ASD kid is just continuing to fulfill her ex's campaign to ruin her life. That's a weird way to look at it. That's a very weird way to look at it. That's what makes me concerned. But yeah, I guess he at least he owned up that it's a horrible way to look at it. We got her away from him and moved him across the country just for our lives to be horrible in a different way. Does that mean he started dating her before she even left her ex? I don't know. I don't know. I want to get away from it all, but I put so much time, energy, love, support, and care into this relationship. And when we aren't dealing with whatever chaos this kid caused, my fiance really is the perfect mother to my son. And I love the other kids too. I just can't be the parent I want to be for them because of this one kid that just feels like a dark cloud on everything. And that's the hard thing. Yeah, siblings of high support needs, ASD, often can get neglected. I don't know. I can't tell them to just, yeah, put them in a home, but it really more. It's like the other option is to like try and parentify the other children to help, and that's not right to do either. I can't just be the parent I want to be for them because of this one kid that just feels like a dark cloud on everything. I just can't take it anymore, so let me have it. Am I the asshole? Let's see. Getting the kid into a facility isn't a mother giving away her kid. It's making sure the kid has the proper medical and behavioral care. They require massive assistance, more than she can give. Keeping the kid there can result in very severe consequences as they become older and more of a physical danger to others. Intense inpatient behavioral therapy is the only way to save the kid. It's to help teach the skills they need to communicate and to know what is okay and what is not. It's not a failure, it's an act of love. There's no way the little guy is happy as he is. Yeah. Not to mention the impact this is having on the other kids. This is an unsafe home for them. It could be considered abusive to them to continue in this way. That poor ASD kid is struggling in a way they are not trained to handle. It makes it impossible for them to love their brother and not feel resentment, neglect. Glass children all. I was going to say this too. It seems like the issues are far bigger than what OP and his fiance are able to handle on their own. 100% this, the child needs severe medical assistance, and the parents also need a ton of assistance to learn what to do. If they visit the child daily and stay active in his life, it's not abandoning, it's medical care, which he needs so bad. OP and Mom, please seek some sort of medical facility that specializes in this and get that child help. This is not related to the original post, but thank you for this comment. I'm currently living with my mother who has Alzheimer's. She's not super far progressed in a lot of ways, but has recently begun pulling/peeing inappropriately in the house, or handling those things by getting them in Ziploc bags or water bottles. I've been racking my head with guilt over the idea of putting her in a care facility, especially because she's so good in most other aspects of life. But I know I cannot mentally handle being a caregiver in that way, despite the immense guilt. But she truly does need proper care. This comment is helping me understand that. NTA, but you and your family definitely need strong outside supports to help this boy. Research local doctors and therapists that specialize with ASD. Look into therapy that specializes in ASD. Seek support services if possible. Look for other families. Your community who have children with ASD and build relationships and rapport, so you have people in your life that understand what you deal with on a daily basis. Thank you for the thoughtful response. We've been trying to get help for about 3 years now, and there's just nothing where we are. We can hardly find a babysitter. Where are they living? Oh my gosh. Psychiatrist here, but not your psychiatrist. From what you've described, OP, this sounds like a severe, non-verbal autistic kid. He likely needs residential level treatment that almost all families would be unable to give. It would be a kindness to you, to your wife, her other kids, and most of all to the kid in question, to get him that care. This can be set in motion in a lot of ways, like contacting CPS or seeking psychiatric hospitalization, which would enable you to get case management who could help get the ball rolling with his placement. Good luck, OP, and I'm sorry this happened to you. It's like, it'd be one thing if they were a single child households, then I'd be like, no, even then. If you don't have the proper skills to handle the care that he needs, then no. If you need to put him in it is a disability. And it's like, what other disabilities can I think of that would leave you to have to leave your child in somebody else's care? I don't know. I feel like a lot of people just make accommodations for most of the other disabilities, other than the mental ones. Sounds like my friends, 2 brothers and a sister, who grew up in a house with a sister who was, as OP describes, mom refused to allow the daughter placement in appropriate residential program. That experience has irretrievably damaged all 3 of the other children. Their father finally gave up trying to get the mother to listen, divorced, and moved to Europe. The mother is, I can't even explain how, mentally and emotionally empty she is. She's given every ounce to the special needs child, and the other 3 have been incredibly neglected in every way: food, education, healthcare, emotional needs, everything. The 3 friends have, between them, multiple drug, alcohol, and gambling arrests. Jail time for 2 of them. The oldest boy is married and has children, and they are mirroring the trauma. His son, who is 17, recently confessed his girlfriend has been beating him up for 2 years, as well as verbally and emotionally. He thought that kind of chaos was normal. Please do it every... Okay, we're gonna move away from this. I think it's clear that OP is not the a-hole in this, and it just drew the short stick or whatever. Yeah, what they're saying, but it sounds like they're not, because they live in some place where it's not available. This kid needs to be getting treatment, not just... He's in several, but the area I live in has poor resources. My kids don't even have air conditioning in the spring and summer. Rural America. You might need to move somewhere that you have better resources. Are you stuck there? Can you not move? Sounds like they had moved to begin with to get away from her ex. Oh, so bad. Yeah. So you knew she was a victim of reproductive abuse and still knocked her up for a 5th kid. Oh. Yeah. Okay, there was another thing that my phone showed, that we're both victims from Am I the Devil? So, what? Well, that was from 2 years ago, but it was shared 2 days ago. I, 26 female, was manipulated into having an affair with my sister's, 24 females, boyfriend. How old was he? But this is his sister's age, but not the boyfriend. How much space should I give my sister? The fact that it's in Am I the Devil is like, and we're both victims. Sometimes I read things like this, and it's like, sometimes there is coercion, which is like, you didn't actually agree, but you felt like you couldn't say no, and that, I always try and consider whether or not things like that could be from that perspective. But let's read, shall we? 4 years ago, my sister Lisa started dating this guy we will call Rob. When I met Rob, we both hit it off immediately and became friends. Did you already know that your sister was dating him? About 9 months into their relationship, we realized we had mutual feelings, and Rob manipulated me into thinking we were soulmates. Then why is he still dating your sister? How does that make sense? I didn't want to hurt my sister, but Rob said we would do this in a way that hurts my sister the least. We were going to have to tell her, but be very delicate about the situation. Throughout the course of our relationship, he made every excuse possible. Oh, so you went into a relationship with him when he hadn't ended things with her. Have some, just... Why? Why? It would be one thing to be like, you realize that you have feelings for your sister's boyfriend, but still put your foot down and say, we're not doing anything until you two are not together. We're not dating. We are not progressing anywhere in this relationship until you two are not together. And if he does not give you that respect, then obviously you're not actually soulmates. Well, a soulmate would give you more respect than that. Okay, that's all I have to say. It's not all I have to say, because I'm going to keep reading the story. Throughout the course of our relationship, he made every excuse possible not to tell her. This goes by for the next 3 years, and I found out they plan on moving in together. At that point, I realized he was a liar and manipulator. I broke things off with, and I didn't want my sister to be with someone like that, and I told her everything and texted her all the proof. I texted her everything that happened. Everything. I texted her everything that happened. She didn't reply, and I was blocked on everything. And she apparently broke up with Rob and blocked him on everything. I want my sister to understand we were both victims, but not sure how much time to give her before I try reaching out again. You don't understand. I only participated in the affair with my sister's boyfriend because I thought he liked me more than my sister. It's such a weird defense. It's not it. But some people, when it comes to like, oh, they're my soulmate, and it's like, how low self-esteem do you have that you think your soulmate would do this to you? That they wouldn't just drop everything. It's one thing if she was the one saying that they need to be care about her sister's feelings. He shouldn't, if he wants to be with her over her sister, then he shouldn't still be caring so much about the sister's feelings. I don't know if I'd say she's the devil. Just really stupid. I'm sorry. But yeah, just, oh, we're both victims. No. Right, like, I only did it because he said he was going to marry me, implies that she didn't care about ruining her relationship with her sister, when it meant she got a husband out of it. But now she expects them to drink wine and cry together, like they share an ex-boyfriend. For 3 years... Yeah. She was manipulated for 3 years. I could maybe accept it if she was younger. Oh, not younger than the sister, but like, it'd be a lot easier to believe a 15-year-old was manipulated than a 26-year-old. Wait, okay. 26. But she would have been 23 at the time. And her sister would have been 21. I don't know. I'm the younger sibling in my family, and I'm like... How old is the guy? What a piece of shit guy, though. Right, makes me wonder if there's some sibling rivalry. She's not mentioned here, where she felt like the bee of choosing her meant she was winning. I've definitely known someone like that who had a sister who was in a one-sided competition with her over everything in life. It was incredibly pathetic and sad at the same time. But how do you not protect your sibling there? You know they have a shit partner if they're doing that. So why wouldn't you mention it at the start? As much as I like both of my sister's partners, they're lovely people, they're incredibly unattractive to me because they're with my sisters. She was 22 or 23 when they started realizing they had mutual feelings. So yeah, full ass adult. I somehow missed the ages when I started reading and fully assumed the dude was a groomer, but nope, just a crappy person like OOB. I really hope the sister finds a better boyfriend and support system because clearly she's not getting the support from family that she deserves. Who was talking real slow, like the sloths from Zootopia. I don't call this manipulation. She knew it was her sister. Regardless, she's no victim. I mean, yeah, I don't know how you can even... Probably not. No. I'm gonna say no. Some of these is like I don't even have to read. It's Aitah for legit losing out on my boyfriend and family for comments about my weight. No, you are completely justified. I don't feel like I need to even read any of it. Am I for refusing to lend my friend money again after she promised to pay me back last time but lied and used it for a vacation instead? No, you're not, obviously. You can refuse to lend somebody money for any reason. Nobody is entitled to your money. Does anyone else have a condiment they will eat straight up? This hair clip can't be innocent, can it? Oh gosh. What? Did you find a hair clip that's not yours? Wait, is it a clip or is it hair? I'm so... Oh, it matched. It's one of those, like, that, like one of these. Sometimes people eat the ones that match their hair color. Is that what they're saying? Okay, I'll read it. This hair clip can't be innocent, can it? So this started Wednesday morning, and I still haven't gotten a straight answer, or even any real acknowledgement. You don't need one. I'm sorry. Okay. I, 30 female, have been dating my boyfriend, let's call him Dave, 31 male, for 2 years. That morning I found a hair clip on the clipped to his dresser. Not mine. Definitely not mine. I have blonde, straight wavy hair. This hair was dark and coarse. The clip had product on it. I don't wear that kind. I didn't bring it. I don't wear cream/gel products, and I've never seen it before. I asked him, "Whose is this?" His response, "Yours?" With an angry tone, I said, "No." Then I guessed maybe it belonged to his friend's girlfriend who had been over a long time ago. We'll call her Emily. I even offered to text and ask her. He went silent. Then I followed up again and told him it wasn't hers. Still got no real response. Just, "I don't know." And that was it. Actually, I don't know. How does the "I don't know" sound? Is it like a "I don't know"? I'm just like... there's sometimes that... Then again, some people are really good at lying and could probably, like, sound really genuine, like... I don't know. Never assume that it's very obvious to OP. Some people are, master manipulators. I asked for space because I was confused and felt like this was really shady. Since then, not a single word. Total radio silence. Oh yeah, he knows he's been caught. He didn't try to check in, didn't offer any theories, didn't defend himself, didn't say he'd look into it. Radio silence. He's off talking to his guy friends like, what do I say? What do I say, guys? I have no idea. I don't know if that's what he's doing, but... I even called him. I was stranded and needed a ride. And he refused to pick me up. He acted pissed off like I was punishing him. He eventually told me I'd regret this and to get the F out and shut the F up because he didn't do anything wrong. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Defensive. That means definitely hiding. I mean, we knew that. We knew that. He eventually told me I'd regret this and to get the... his one defense via text after I left and said I'm not letting this go was that it's not in his character to do this. Do what? Did she ever say that he was... I don't know. We don't know full conversation. But it's not in his character to do what exactly, huh? You want to say it? He doesn't have the time or energy. Oh, and this is the second... Girl, why did you stick around the first time? This is the second time this exact thing has happened. In October, I found a random pair of panties. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's even worse. Because that's like any friend who might have happened to come over would not have left a random pair of panties. What was his... Why would you choose to... Oh my gosh. Why? Why did you stay for that? Why? Why? It's one thing to, like, accept that your partner... I don't know how to say it. That's cheating. Okay, cheating's not okay. It's one thing to accept that your partner might have a higher libido than you and might need more spicy stuff in order to feel fulfilled, to accept that and have that be agreed upon. But that is not what's going on here, guys. If you know you have... But some guys just like the thrill of knowing that they're getting away with things, and those are the kind of... Stop it. Just stop it. It's not something they can stop because it's an addiction. Get help. Get some actual, like, therapeutic... So go see a specialist. Because... Here's a wild take. I know it's a what. It's like being addicted to a drug. Which is not healthy. Is that wild of a take? I don't know. Let me know. I don't know. But... They said they went to a therapist. But that's not necessarily the same as a specialist on addiction. And it's... Okay. Same deal, silence, denial, no explanation. I chose to believe him then, after we did a session with my therapist. Now, this just feels like deja vu, with even less effort on his part to clear things up. How? Okay, it's been 72 hours. If he were innocent, wouldn't he want to clear it up? Wouldn't he say something? Right now, it just feels like he's avoiding it until I either drop it or break up with him. Honestly, I'm not sure which one he wants more. So Reddit, is this hair claw innocent? Or for being upset that he hasn't addressed this at all? Or is it fair to give someone a few days of silence when they're processing? TLDR, I found a hair clip that isn't mine on his dresser. He's now mad at me for questioning him. It's not mine, my friend, or anyone who has been over. What do I do? Edit. Damn, you guys! Okay. I feel like a dumbass, but I will say I literally called the therapist on speaker when I found the panties. And she asked me 3 questions. 1. What does your gut say? If it said nothing, lol, no weird vibes or cues about cheating. Oh. She asked me 3 questions. 1. What does your gut say? It said nothing, lol, no weird vibes or clues about cheating. How? 2. Has he been acting suspiciously or weird? No. 3. You've forgiven more with less evidence. What? Why did you forgive more with less evidence? So if you didn't feel it in your gut and nothing's off, so do you want to hang your hat on this gray area? I ultimately decided no. I literally couldn't believe it, so I didn't. Oh gosh. After a few dozens, he's cheating comments, I told him he needed to move out. He has a gaming room with a bed in my house. That's why he was telling me to... He has a gaming room with a bed in my house. That's why he was telling me to get the F out. It was of his room. Both my cameras were unplugged by him. And you're not seeing the red flags. And one was disabled because he changed the Wi-Fi. And you're not seeing the red flags. He said that I'm pathetic, can't stand me because he didn't do anything, and that he wouldn't have brought someone into my home and ruin his life. He has no idea where the clip came from, and would tell me if he did, and genuinely thought I'd just accept that and say I trust you and let it go. He said that I must have borrowed it from my friend when I went out on Tuesday. It took that long for him to come up with that lie. Not a great liar. But I did not. And she doesn't have that hair type. When I brought this 8 short months after the panties, he said I had nothing to do with either. I guess I'm genuinely dumbass and gullible. Thanks, guys. Pray for me. Edit. The people who said that they'd react if I accused them and they were innocent. Kind of like... Because if I was dating someone and then there was a random pair of like boxer briefs or something, and I knew I hadn't messed around, and he's accusing me, I would be like so confused about the boxer briefs, and I'd be like, where did they come? Like, are you playing a trick on me? Like, I don't know if I would go into being upset at him thinking I'm cheating. I'd just be so confused. Where did they come from? What are they doing here? The fact that it's two different objects as well. But again, I'm a woman and not a man, so I don't know how, if I were a man, how I might have reacted at being but women and men both get accused of cheating. Both are capable of cheating. Um, if I accused them and they were innocent, his lack of trying to figure out where these two items came from, or even just the clip this time, and adamant denial, just saying he'd never do that, is messing with me. He'd never do what? And did she specifically say, are you cheating on me? I don't know. He's started to pack up, but I'm wondering if I'm looking past something. The whole reason I even made this post. Oh my gosh. People gaslighting her in the comments. Does this make anything make more sense? Should I have taken this response and let it go? Am I losing it, trying to still find a way to believe it could be innocent? His OG defense, saying this as clearly as I can. I didn't cheat, not now, not ever. On everything I love, including you, I swear that no one else has been here, in my bed or in this house, with me like that. I don't have the energy for it, and more importantly, I wouldn't do that to you. I spend all my free time gaming, and the only reasonable time that could have happened is yesterday, when you were gone all day, and you saw the state of me when you got here. Greasy, unshowered, or you saw the state of me when you got here. Greasy, unshowered, and not exactly in the state where I'd hang out with someone. Did he get greasy and like that from giggity gooing with somebody? What state was he in before she left? I don't know. Okay, how I can prove this to you, but I will. You've got nothing to worry about. Promise you, or promise that on God, and you're the last person I'd try to sneak having someone hereby. You're too intelligent and hyper-vigilant, and in touch with your intuition and observant, and all other oh my gosh. Is this like a reverse gaslighting? Like, talking her up so much that it's like, you're not stupid enough to fall for that. In touch with your intuition and observant on all other things, you'd feel it and know it, even if there was no evidence, and I have an unbearably overwhelming guilty conscience, so I couldn't lie to you, just not me. My reply: I really just need some space and time to think. I can't think of anyone who is in our circle and has that texture and curl of hair. That clip wasn't there when I tried turning your light on just the other day. I also looked for baseball caps in your drawer the day I wore the bucket hat. It wasn't there then either. So I just am having a hard time wrapping my head around what's happened here. It's absolutely cheating. The panties were a clue. Who leaves their panties at somebody's house after? is that... I feel like I've heard stories of that before. Just, like, did they not know where they went? Or did they leave them intentionally in hopes that the girlfriend would find them because they want the guy for themselves? I feel like, if she had any doubt between the panties, the hair clip, and him turning off the cameras. This sounds like enough to me. The fact that he's not even trying to clear his name and figure out where these things came from. Yeah, this is a girl marking her territory. He told her he has a female roommate, not a GF. Ooh. The side piece is making sure. Oops. The panties were a house dropped on you. The hair clip, another house. Eviction notice, cancel the internet. Red flag. Who accidentally forgets to put their panties back on when they leave? Yeah. The people just misplace underwear in various places. Starvo. Deny. Attack. Reverse victim and offender. Please don't buy into the gaslighting. Yeah, I mean... Oh, what jobs can I get to prove to my parents I'm not a useless waste of space? Oh, my heart breaks. Dead serious, I need some kind of job that can help earn enough money and actually use to move out, or at least find somebody that will. I'm too old to be living here no matter how effed the economy is. Oh, how to deal with the guilt of accidentally an animal. A baby house finch. Oh no. I don't know that I want to. Am I the butt face for food? Tampering? Maybe. Romantic. So I, 31 male, am not vegan, but I keep vegan options in my freezer because one of my close friends is vegan and visits fairly often. When they're over, I usually eat the same food they do to make things easier and more comfortable for them. Honestly, some of the vegan stuff isn't bad, so I'll eat it occasionally on my own too. The other day, my girlfriend, 39 female, that's 31 male, 39 female. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just interesting to see sometimes. You just don't see it often. So I just had to pause and stare at it for a moment, like, huh, okay. The other day, my girlfriend, 39 female, was craving burgers and asked if she could cook the patties we had in the freezer. I told her, yeah, just, did she end up eating a vegan and she's gonna be all mad about it? Is that what's going on? I told her, yeah, just make sure to add a little oil to the skillet before cooking. For those who don't know, plant-based burgers will stick 'cause they don't have their own fat. That was it. I didn't think much of it. So he knew that the ones in there were the vegan ones, which is why he told her to add the... Didn't realize... Okay. What she didn't realize was that the patties in the freezer were plant-based, specifically. Specifically, impossible meat patties that were already pre-pattied and labeled. She seasoned and cooked them herself, saw the packaging with the brand name right on it, and we ate them with some fries I made. Everything seemed totally fine. We finished dinner and I asked her what she thought of the burgers. That's when she got upset. She said she didn't realize they were plant-based until after she'd eaten them, and got mad at me for not warning her. I don't know. I don't... She accused me of food tampering, and even went so far as to say I had poisoned her. That's an interesting take. I was honestly shocked. I never hid anything from her, and the packaging was clearly labeled, and she's 39. That's not what he said. This is me. She's 39 and she didn't read the labeling. She accused me of food tampering and even went as far as to say I had poisoned her. I was honestly shocked. I never hid anything from her, and the packaging was clearly labeled. It's not like I sopped the meat out as a prank or tricked her on purpose. I just let her cook the patties that were in there. Now she's acting like I committed some huge betrayal by letting her eat something that wasn't meat. Am I the buttface for letting my girlfriend cook plant-based burgers without telling her they weren't real meat? What? I... Has she previously mentioned being anti-vegan or something? Is there something in the plant-based burgers that she cannot have? What are we... I'm gonna run this ad on Twitch real fast. And I'm gonna finish eating my sandwich, guys. I'm so bad with it. Okay, just reading through some of the comments, but I don't see anything. Did OP not say a comment at all? Any responses? Oh, okay. Does she regularly avoid vegetables of all kinds? It's the only thing I would think would cause such bizarre behavior. Just wait until she finds out what fries are made of. She eats vegetables and other things, but she has bad opinions about vegans. She's okay with my friend because they don't really push it on people, but she really doesn't like vegans. Then that holier than that are holier than thou, as she puts it. Okay, but okay, but the Impossible Burgers were, I assume, not actively being self-righteous or holy as she ate them. And there wasn't a vegan cackling outside your window, rubbing their hands in triumphant glee. See, my thing would be if she felt bad that she ate them because now what is the friend gonna eat when they come over? But that's not what's going on. I could tell it wasn't what was going on from the beginning, but otherwise she would have said that. It's like, I kind of get, not liking anyone who does that holier than thou shtick, but your friend is an idiot. Her real problem is that she liked them and can't accept that. Don't ever let her eat in your house again. She's my girlfriend, not my friend. We live together. She kind of has to eat at my house. My friend is the one that comes over from time to time who is a vegan. Yeah, they live together, but she didn't know what the burgers in the freezer were. Wait a minute, so she lives with you. She knows your friend is vegan. She should know you keep food for said vegan friend in your freezer. Yet she never considered that what she took from that freezer might be vegan. And she blames you. She is the butt face and needs to get over herself. And the food was labeled. I hope your girlfriend is also your friend too. Most people's partners are their best friends. Yeah. So many people have partners that, if you look closely, they don't like. Whoa. But yeah, best relationships are with a partner that is also your friend. Agreed. Agreed. Okay. Who's here? Who are you? Who's hiding? Who's lurking? Oh, it's not Peanut. Must have chatted before if it showed up there, but I don't. I'm not going to call out usernames of people who might have chatted once. I'm not gonna, out the lurkers. You're good. Aita for telling my roommate's friend about my heritage. So that's an interesting mix. I, 21... Oh, it's got the tag of not the a-hole. I, 21 female, am half Mexican and half Chinese. How does that look? I'm just really curious. Then again, okay, hear me out. Really weird thing. Because when I was, seeing a psychiatrist, there was a nurse, a male nurse, who would, take my vitals and stuff. And then my psychiatrist asked me who had taken my vitals or something. And I was like, the Asian guy. And then I guess he was actually, Hispanic. And I have no idea. How? I don't know. I don't know. In my mind, he looked Asian. Maybe, a darker skin tone, but Asians can get dark. But yeah, I guess he was Hispanic or Latino or whatever. I don't know. Still feel like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But also, within Asia, even just within China, there's so many different. I'm going off, aren't I? There's a lot of different ethnic groups or whatever. Think about how big China is. Is China as big as the US? What is a landmass comparison? I mean, we look at the US compared to Europe and like how many different ethnicity, sub ethnicity. What do you call that? Different groups there. Like they're all Caucasian, but you've got all of like Irish, British, German, French, all the other ones too. Sorry if I did not list them all. It would take me a while. But or Italian, I should mention that one because there's distinct features, I think. Um, so yeah, even within China, there's a lot of different that as an American we don't learn all their different small things. I'm not speaking very well today. But yeah, there's a lot of sub ethnic groups. The way there's a bunch of different countries in Europe. And unless you like, but probably, it's the same with Hispanic, Latinos. I have not watched enough of their content to be able to like see the minute differences in like shape of eyes, shape of nose, shape of lips, their distinguishing features. But I don't know. When it comes to race, I'm always like thinking about how my brain categorizes it like how there's different breeds of dogs. I don't know. And I don't know how to explain that, but we're all human, but we have the different, very minute, like mostly physical presenting features and not as much anything in how our behavior or stuff like that. Although, when you go to dogs, sometimes there is different behavioral things. And that's going to be innate and not cultural. So that's an interesting thing to think about. Now my brain is questioning whether or not some things that we consider cultural are cultural or not, or if it is a biological difference. But we're all human, and that should be enough to not just openly hate other people or think lesser of them. Like, that's not okay. It's okay to recognize that there are differences. What am I doing? This is saw Mexican and Chinese, and it's just like, what a combo. Okay. Aita for telling my roommate's friend about my heritage. I, 21 female, and half Mexican and half Chinese. My parents came to the US before I was born, but thought it was very important for me to learn their native languages and participate in both of their cultures. Because of this, I can speak Spanish and Mandarin. Both of my parents also loved cooking, so growing up we ate a lot of traditional Mexican and Chinese dishes, as well as some blended fusion meals as well. I would kind of like to see those blended fusion meals between Chinese and Mexican food. Anybody else? A few nights ago, I was cooking dinner at my apartment. I was making one of those fusion dishes, but I got stuck on a particular step. So I called my mom to ask for help, and we talked in Spanish. I was on the phone when my roommate, Anne, 23, wait, but it's the roommate's friend, not the roommate, came home with her friends, who I was not told were coming over. Later, one of the guys from the group came into the kitchen and asked what I was making because it smelled good. I explained the dish was created by my parents. Okay. I'm already so this is where the roommate was because gonna pause right here because I'm does this feel like one of those, neurodivergent versus neurotypical, that they ask what they're making and you're just supposed to give a very simple answer? It's this instead of explaining the whole backstory. I don't know. There's certain things that's oh, you're supposed to know not to talk about this stuff. I don't know. Some people, it's what is it? Who made this social rule? Where did it come from? Why does it exist? What? Okay. Came into the kitchen and asked me what I was making because it smelled good. I explained the dish was created by my parents to blend Mexican and Chinese cuisine. How else does she explain what she's making? Because there's no name for it. He then asked why I was speaking on the phone in Spanish earlier. So I told him that I'm half Mexican and half Chinese. He asked. Just not supposed to answer? Because that would be rude. And that I grew up speaking both Spanish and Mandarin with my parents. He seemed genuinely interested. Oh, wait, your roommate is a female. Well, a woman. It's because we put 23 female. And so I said female. Your roommate is a woman. You are a woman? Or are you not a woman? You are also a woman. Is she into the guy and is not liking that the guy is interested in you and asking you questions? Did I call it already? Just like that? Let's continue. So I told him that I'm half Mexican, half Chinese, that I grew up speaking both Spanish and Mandarin with my parents. He seemed genuinely interested and asked me more about the languages and the cooking. So we ended up talking for a while about my background and how food and languages are such a big part of my life. The next day, I found out through my other roommate that Anne had told her I was showing off and flirting with her friend. There it is. No, you weren't. Maybe he was with you. I don't know. And that I was showing off and flirting with her friend. Yeah, Anne's totally got a thing for him, I think. Or something else, but this pissed me off because I wasn't trying to flirt with him, and he was the one who started the conversation with me. I tried to talk to Anne about this, but she just seemed annoyed and told me that it was obvious how it looked and I should be more mindful when she has her friends over. I told her that I can't be mindful if she doesn't even warn me about having company over. She said that she doesn't have to get my permission to invite people to the apartment. Then OP does not need your permission to cook certain foods that are part of their own heritage. And you should control your friends and tell them not to talk to your roommate. Which is stupid. But she said she doesn't have to get my permission to invite people to the apartment. I was getting irritated by this point, so we let the conversation die down after this. It's been so awkward ever since this happened, and every time I see her, she's short with me and barely acknowledges me. I'm starting to wonder if I behaved out of line. Aita. Edit. I posted the recipe to what I made on my profile since so many of you were curious. He has offered the following explanation. NTA, to be clear. Info. Anne had told her I was showing off and flirting with her friend. Yeah? So what if you were? What are you asking for info on? I'm confused by this comment. Why wouldn't you be allowed to flirt with people in the first place? Even if you were flirting, so what? NTA, I think she's jealous. Ding, ding, ding. Anne has a crush on said male friend, and jealous that he'd rather have an intellectual conversation with OP. Yep. How many people commented exactly what I was thinking? It's reading long. How could this piss anyone off? Then when she got to the roommate's reaction. I already called it before that, just based on the title of the post. Yep, she's jealous. The roommate has a thing for him. NTA OP. And the guy were having a conversation. I was answering someone's question, not being mindful of a roommate's guests. I have a bit of a crush on the OP now. Sensitive, intelligent, trilingual, and a good cook. And able to engage in a conversation. Yes. Okay. He chose to have a conversation with OP about food, and was lucky that it was actually interesting. Mainly to avoid Anne's amorous approaches. Rumi could also be jealous that OP is flawlessly trilingual, is a good cook, and is able to have intelligent conversations with random people. Also, if Rumi does not have to give notice of bringing people over, then OP does not have to watch what she says. Stop being talented! Stop existing near my friends! And stop being talented! In fact, see this box? Go in it. Close lid. Shh. Pretty much. That's... Jeez. Okay. Now what? Stop cleaning and doing all the mental load, and now my partner is fuming. Um... What? R/older than you think I am. Similar to petty revenge? Pharmacist tells everyone working there that a woman is a child. All women are children, or the specific woman is saying that she's just a child? I've worked in a pharmacy for 20 years now. Making sure my microphone's on. And so have been guilty of seeming to ask stupid things about people's ages. Before this gray started coming in, I was also often on the receiving end of this too. Me too. Ish. I don't know. Guess my age. I tell people it all the time, but if you don't know, I love to hear the guesses. Even if you know, I love to hear like what you might have thought I had been before you knew what age I was. Um, However, there has been one case when I first started that goes well beyond the normal, can we legally sell this? Mostly because there's no actual age restrictions on it. So the pharmacist comes back from the front counter one day, muttering away, "Did you see them? It's disgusting. Not even 15, neither of them. And they're in buying a pregnancy test, bold as anything. Their parents should be ashamed." The only thing that my brain is saying to respond to that is, mind your own damn business. I mean, I don't go around saying that 15-year-olds should be doing that. But like, why are you talking shit? It might be one thing if you're like, person look like they're only 15 and they're buying a pregnancy test. That was, did I'm a bit that's a bit young. But and then look, they're talking about their parents being ashamed. Like what? Got nothing to do with the parent. Oh, how do I phrase this? It isn't always the parent's fault. I don't know how often it is the parent's fault. There are some parents who are, like, not good role models in that sense. But there's plenty of times where they could be a perfect parent, and it's just that the teenage guys are very good at manipulating the teenage girls. Not all teenage guys, and not all teenage girls, but there are definitely teenage guys who are very good at manipulating the other teenage girls. And that needs to be taken into account. But we're going to continue because the thing of this, it sounds like they're not actually 15. No one else had seen the girls. Some of the staff were No one else had seen the girls. Some of the staff were concerned for her. Others followed the pharmacist's more judgmental tone, unfortunately. A few weeks later, they're in again. Not for a pregnancy test, just general shopping. And he rushes to the back to get other staff to look at these girls. All the while telling us he knows one girl is 13 and the other 14. This goes on for months, with one of the two, the 14-year-old, often coming in for pregnancy tests, leading to the deduction that she was actually trying for a baby, resulting in lots of gossip and scorn amongst the staff, with worrying little about the appropriate safeguarding procedures. This girl got treated really poorly by the pharmacist and some of the other staff. Nobody being outright rude that I saw, but definite treated somewhat disdainfully. That is, until she brought a prescription in with her date of birth on it. When we discovered she wasn't 14, as the pharmacist had insisted, but 35! As somebody who was 34, I think I'm past the point where somebody would think I'm 14. But dang! I was getting that still a little bit when I was like 28, but first somebody thought I was 19, and then I said they were way off, and then they said 14, and I'm like, what? We are working in a place where you have to be 18 and over to work. Why would you guess I'm 14 when I said that 19 was way off? Oh dear. And you can't even work legally at 14. You have to at least be 16. Make it make sense. Okay. Jeez. 35. In the time that followed, we discovered the other girl, who sometimes came in with her, was her 13-year-old niece. Oh, okay. The pharmacist had known the younger one, but assumed that Aunt was actually a school friend, and stated both ages as fact. Side note, she ended up having twins. Ooh, yay. I'm happy for her being my age. Yeah, I'm terrified. Of, fertility. If I ever meet somebody that I want to have kids with. Yeah, here we go into... If she was supposedly a minor buying those tests chronically, though, shouldn't a pharmacist automatically assume the possibility she was being she was a trafficked child? Being forced into that industry by an authority figure in her life or something. Yeah, trafficking would be well down the list of assumptions. It's terrifying, but incredibly rare. Abuse by an authority figure is more likely. Yeah. Biggest thing would be her actively trying to get pregnant by a boyfriend, sometimes the same age, sometimes an older guy. From what we'd suspect, there's a good chance she's suffered unbelievable neglect and or abandonment in her home life, and her home life really needs to be assessed by someone. Yes. Yes. And it's like, you can't just jump into being like, oh, her parents should be ashamed. Like, so obtuse. You can and should absolutely file for a report against this pharmacist for unprofessional conduct. Oh, I'm pretty sure they're retired now, so it wouldn't be necessary. They'd be in their 70s now. Oh. Okay, so this was a while ago. Really should have reported at the time, but it was my first pharmacy job. The other, more experienced staff acted like this was just how things were done, and perhaps selfishly, I was more concerned about keeping my job than anything else. I can't fault them on that. I cannot fault them on that. It sucks. But, yeah. If something similar were to happen now, I would act a lot differently than I did then. Smoking marijuana in my private backyard. On my property. This is in r/neighbors from hell. What would you do? Vent/rant. Recreational marijuana use was legalized in my state over a decade ago. Mine too. When was it legalized? I don't remember. My family are the 4th generation of owning the property in reference. My partner and I have been together for 20 years, living here the entire time without any plans to move. Out of respect for my partner, I smoke my bong in one of the garden sheds we have on the property. Last night, around 9 p.m., in between us rewatching Star Trek, TOS. You're gonna have to give me like 5 minutes while I figure out what is TOS. The original series? Before diving into strange new worlds. Yeah, they could have been for the original series. I don't know. I just watched a few episodes. I was almost thinking that it would have been a movie, but I don't know. We're gonna guess that it's the original series. Before diving into strange new worlds, I was sitting in the shed, inhaling bong rips to my lungs' discontent, when I heard the shrill of a wild Karen. Wait, what? Oh, okay. It's not that somebody else went into her private backyard and smoked on it. It's that she was doing it in the privacy of her own backyard. I was hoping it was the other way around, because how wild would that be? Somebody's just on your property smoking, and you're like, what the heck? Okay. Dang. We're good, though. We'll still continue reading. The shrill of a wild Karen. I stepped out of my shed and turned a corner. Bong and torch still in hand. To investigate this new territorial harp. Standing on my property, peering over the back fence into the backyard oasis, is Karen, complaining about a dead skunk smell or marijuana smoke. Again, some people are not fond of the smell. Where does Karen live? How much are they being assaulted by the smell? Smells can be strong, guys, and I don't know if there's any compromise. Okay. I simply held up my bong as proof. My family isn't... I simply held up my bong as proof. My family... Where'd it go? As proof, my family isn't performing satanic rituals, offering skunk sacrifices to fake, omnipotent beings. Why do you have to say it like that? I'm not sure how to feel about the way fake, omnipotent beings. Like, that wasn't necessary to say it like that. It's sure there's a word that could have been used. That feels... She started yelling at me in offense to me legally smoking marijuana inside a garden shed on my private property and residence. After pointing out that she is she in fact was the trespasser and harassing me for engaging in a completely state legal activity. The altercation ended with her storming off, shouting threats of prosecution, when she didn't like me telling her it was medically and recreationally legal. And she's going to see about that and going to make me pay. So, dear fellow Reddit keyboard warriors, am I the neighbor from hell, because I enjoy bong rips of the devil's lettuce to my newly discovered neighbor's discontent. Because my gut reaction is to now make sure I'm in my smoking shed around the time Karen announced her disliking to my recreational activity. Aita. Edit to add. Okay, got it. It's like estimated time of arrival. That is not edited to add. That the privacy fence lines a public sidewalk and street, and there's a patch of vegetation between the public sidewalk and fence. She had to walk through and up to our fence to look over into our yard. There's nothing on the other side of that fence but a sidewalk and road. The enclosed smoke shed is located in the middle of the property away from the fence and beyond a back breezeway where the barbecue lives. Karen was literally walking by and could have easily sniffed and crossed the street, as any neighbor has done so the last decade I've had my current setup. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like this is not new. OP's been doing this 10 years. It's like, it feels like OP has the right of way. If that makes any sense. But OP, we should do a petty revenge, and OP just get a pet skunk. And then Karen comes by, and you'll be like, it's just my pet skunk that smells! No, I mean, you don't have to do that. But I just think it's funny. Cameras. It'll escalate. I live next door to someone who thinks they own the neighborhood. The cameras put an end to all their nonsense and trespassing. Partner said I'm being paranoid. However, in today's vindictive, sue-happy society, my spidey senses say otherwise. Cameras are also there to watch others, not us. No HOA or bylaws outside our local jurisdiction. Within my rights. Okay. I think, obviously, they're fine. Am I overreacting? How should I handle this? My neighbors are self-entitled a-holes. They act like I don't even live in my home. Completely disregard my boundaries. So weird. What? I live in an ADU. I don't know what that is. And share a yard with a duplex. I'm not sure that I can guess what ADU is on this one. Other times I'm like, hey, I got it. U probably stands for unit. Apartment, duplex, unit. Maybe. And share a yard with a duplex. Both neighbors are insufferable. But the upstairs neighbors are your typical, I'm better than you type of people. They're always cleaning stuff against the side of my house, drawing their tent on my furniture, leaving junk laying. They share a yard, but is there still a dividing line? Because then they're saying, if you have furniture, if you put furniture on a shared yard, does it become communal furniture? These are questions I don't know. But I'm guessing there's supposed to be a dividing line. I don't know. Oh, well, no, maybe not. Um, Leaving junk lying against my bedroom window. Oh, like covering your window? First I was reading it, I thought it was underneath their window. This is against their bedroom window, and they won't move it. They clean random things. What are they in some sort of business? Some cleaning business? What is going on? They clean random things right in front of a huge window. And I promise, there is plenty of room in the yard to do it somewhere else. When I go outside to see what they are doing, they act like they can't see or hear me. Breathe, breathe. That would piss me off to no end. Because I have already spent a lot of my life feeling either invisible or not invisible enough. When I want to be invisible, nobody sees me. When I want to be invisible, people still see me. When I want to get somebody's attention, nobody pays attention. So that. They act like they can't see or hear me. When they show their guests around the yard, they look inside my house. They look through my kitchen window into my house. And one time her husband saw me naked. Ha ha. Wait, what? I don't know. Is OP a man or a woman? Queen on stage. That does not quite clarify. That almost makes me think that they're like a drag queen, but that's put queen on stage, then that's where my mind's gonna go. Sorry if that's not, but I feel like usually a drag queen might be like, if somebody saw them naked, they'll be like, you like what you see? But I think most AFABs, and I can't say this with any sort of certainty, just from my own perspective and my family, but it's like, if any, we wouldn't really be walking around naked with windows with curtains open. My mom would definitely not be walking around naked. Surprised my mom even showers naked. If she could shower without getting naked, I'm sure she would. She could put on a swimsuit. But they can't really wash some other areas. But okay, I'm not sure. But one time her husband saw me naked. Haha. He didn't look away. One time I actually waved and said hello sarcastically, like, "Why are you looking in my house?" And they looked at me like, "What are you doing here?" Now, his wife has started using my outdoor lights without my permission. I only plug them in when I'm using them, and they plug into an outlet that's connected to my house. I have a different meter than them, so I'm paying for it when they use them. I know it's not going to be that expensive, but I know for a fact that if I were to use something of theirs without their permission, her husband would for sure throw a big man baby tantrum. She's outside now with a friend, and I know when the sun goes down, she's going to plug my lights into my house. I already plan on going. Do you have circuit breaker thing and you can turn that circuit off? They do it after right when she plugs it in, and then you can go out and accuse her of breaking them. Do it, do it, do it, do it. I'm not, instigating. Okay. She's outside now with a friend, and I know when the sun goes down, she's going to plug my lights into my house. I already plan on going out and telling them they can't use my lights without asking, and that it's super rude how much they disregard that a person lives here. But before I do, am I overreacting? I don't want her to use my things. If they were nice, I'd totally let them. I love sharing, but not for her. She's not a good person. Also, they do a lot of gross stuff to me. Is that the ignoring and staring at you when you're naked? I don't know. Is there other gross things that they... What? But I only had this question. Thank you. You got every right to draw that line. If roles were flipped, they'd probably threaten to call the HOA or some nonsense. Shut it down. Tell them straight up, calm but firm. You live there too. You pay bills too. You're not invisible. But they don't get to pretend you are. They're also renting, so it's dumb. Also, the lights don't even lay over where they sit, so they don't even need them. The yard is pretty big. I think they just like how they look in the yard while they're on. I'm always calm in general, but they're very, very, very rude. There are also other lights that hang over where they sit, but those lights are the downstairs unit's lights. Not sure why they don't use their lights. Yeah, what is going on here? Do they have some sort of miscommunication on that they're not gonna use the other person's? Or did the other person scare them against using their stuff? You're not overreacting at all. If someone's using your electricity and personal stuff without asking, that's just rude. You've been way more patient than most people would be. It's totally fine to set a boundary and let them know it's not okay. Unplug the lights and speak up. You're not the one being difficult here. Thank you. That's the thing. They don't care. They will pretend I'm not even there. It's so weird. And it's honestly just their personalities. They suck. I'm not sure. Is this like a sexism thing going on? Are they... a drag queen? Is it hate going on? What is going on? I do have window film. It's pretty too. Orange flowers. Sometimes I leave my window open though because I like the fresh air. They will put their face against the screen and look in. It's not a quick glance. They look around. Even while I'm sitting on my couch, which the back is facing the window, I'll turn and look at them, and they'll look at me like I'm crazy. Ha ha ha. We all share a hose. Our landlord will most certainly not care. Is it? Is what it? She's stealing electricity. There's always a chat delay. I don't know what is it. Is what it. She's stealing electricity. I feel that too, even though it's not much. It's still my meter. Her and her husband would lose their minds if I did that to them. Get a small diary lock and put it through the end. Oh, is it sexism? I don't know. Get a small diary, or is it hate? I don't know. Get a small diary lock and put it through the end of the light plug. Easy. Easy to pick if you wanted to, but annoying enough that most people won't want to bother. Add it to my kids' switch cables when they were grounded. Okay. Just move their stuff and they put it on your window. You do live in an ADU, which means they probably pay more than you in rent or own the place. What? Still a wild way to... Maybe they are better than you and that's okay? That doesn't mean they get to treat you with disrespect or violate the terms of their lease. Why? Why was that necessary to say? In what way are they better? Whose terms of better are we going with? That doesn't mean they get to treat you with disrespect or violate the terms of their lease, nor are they entitled to your right to quiet enjoyment of your rental home. Is it their rental home? I thought they owned theirs and that the other people were renting. If they put a dirty tent on your things, move it. If they're using your electricity, unplug it. If they're ignoring you when you speak to them directly, oh, that's weird. You could speak louder and slower to them, as though they aren't doing it on purpose, and you are just confused because you can't believe someone who is not deaf could be so incredibly rude. They rent to... Oh, we have the same landlord. If I move his stuff, talk to the landlord. Is that... If I move his stuff, he'll probably give me a whole monologue about touching his stuff, even though he's touching mine. The funny thing is, he has his own furniture outside to lay his tent out to dry, and the yard is big enough for him to clean it on his side of the yard and not against my kitchen window. They will straight up pretend I'm not there when I come into the yard, usually to go and walk my dog. I don't take it personally though, because I have no interest in being friends with them. Another example, when I'm coming through the gate in the front at the same time as him, or when I'm coming back from a dog walk, he will close the door in my effing face. That's how gross they are. Ahaha. Also, not that it matters, but I'm older than them. I'm 34. I'm pretty sure they're in their 20s. Is Discord not working for me? Discord's working for me. Why did you spam me 37 DMs? I will read those later. I don't check my Discord while I'm streaming, though. Unless it is part of the topic and like somebody sends like a link or something that is related to the story. Yeah, they just close the door in their face. They're 34 and they're pretty sure they're in their 20s. I definitely try and be brave and move their stuff. It is building equipment and it's extremely heavy. I'm a very small woman. I actually report it to the city because it's blocking my bedroom window and it's a hazard. Also attracts rice, rats, mice, bees, spiders, termites. Okay, so not drag queen. I mean, that's still an assumption on my part. But that they said a very small woman doesn't mean anything. But just my age, and I guess they're not as uncomfortable in their skin, so they'll just walk around naked. I agree that using my lights for a couple of hours isn't a big deal, but they're super rude, and I don't want people who are awful to me to use my stuff without asking me. I'm not going to argue with them because I know it won't end well. The guy is a raging a-hole, but looking inside my house is illegal. They don't peek either. They look around and he's seen me naked in my room. Pretty sure he can get arrested for that if I had proof. Did they come inside the house? I don't know. I don't know how the laws work on that. I see your profile icon and it says that red circle that says 37. So messages have seemed to have come through. I definitely won't say anything. Oh, it won't say anything to their landlord. They know that won't be worth it. Going against the grain here. You're overreacting. Honestly, going to the neighbors almost always ends poorly for everyone involved. So far, nothing you've described is worth the battle. I disagree. That not somebody who's ever had somebody just pretend that you don't exist. That is enough. That is like emotional manipulation or dealing with someone who's pretending that you're not there can make somebody snap. Like, which is exactly what they're hoping for some of the time. Okay. Got an ad going on. What? I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. There's an ad on Twitch, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to wait for it to end. If I keep looking away and looking back, will the title change? Nope. Nope, it's still there. Nope. You should see the memes I sent you when you I think you might like them. I sent like 37 of them. um all right. Yeah. So gross. Okay, goodbye. Their messages are ridiculous. It's just a whole bunch of sexual harassment. Um, oh, I guess I'd responded to them before. It's just so much freaking sexual harassment. That's lovely. That's lovely. And some unsolicited pictures. And now they're saying, unban me, I won't say anything. I have more for if you want. Oh my gosh. I do not read while I am streaming, but now I'm like, I have to. If I ban somebody, does that mean, can they just not talk? Or I don't know if they're actually autistic, or if they're just a piece of shit, and you can be both, but you give such a bad name to people who have autism. Oh my gosh. And I think their thing said they're like 16, and I am freaking 34. Like, don't try and sexually roleplay with me in DMs. What the? Oh, you're watching. Well, you are a piece of shit. Now, if you don't mind. Oh my gosh. They have an what is that called? Exhibition kink. Are you autistic? Do you care about what this is saying at all? Because this is shit. And then you are doing this in my DMs. My psychiatrist says autism is overdiagnosed, and I don't have it. I decided to finally get my diagnosis on account of my insurance ending soon. I've thought I had it since I was 13, and I became obsessed with it as it was the first thing I felt clicked with me, as I always felt like an alien. Adulthood went on, and my therapists and psychiatrists never said anything, so I didn't pursue it. I seem HF, highly sensitive. No, that's not H. high functioning. Got it. I seem high functioning, so I thought maybe I was wrong all along. I never brought it up to anyone because I was afraid they would invalidate me. And I knew there were limited knowledge about autism in women. Also, I always had too much anxiety to do the full interaction to get the diagnosis. However, after trauma therapy and treatment, my research resurged because these things were not helping me. My therapist kept attributing everything to my childhood and encouraged me to mask. That's unfortunate. I tried to do that, as she wanted, until eventually I had a mental breakdown. Ooh, where can we send this to? They say, oh, thank you for not banning me on here. That's because I'm getting the receipts, buddy. And now I'm blocking you. And reporting you on Discord. Because that is not okay. As soon as I figure out how to do this. Done. So freaking gross. I hope you like getting in trouble on Discord. 'Cause I don't fuck around. So, yeah. I took screenshots. Figure out what Reddit do I share those on? So thanks for the content, at least. now I need to ban him from my server, because that's not leaving him in there. Okay. Read somebody's about me before you send them DMs. Because mine does say, it says, my DMs are private property. How do I say it? I love how I phrased it. Enter at your own risk. No, wait. Private. My DMs are like private property. Trespassers will be shot. Which means if I'm good and we're buddy-buddy and you send me a DM, you're not necessarily trespassing. But if you're a complete stranger and you send me a DM, yeah, no. Oh, what? Oh, what? Yeah. Oh, make me want to barf. Yeah, I'm just like, try to sext with me in Discord DMs while I'm live streaming. Yeah. No. Is there a way to report them through the Twitch? I wonder. Is that possible? Who's in here? Anybody can help me. Nobody who is active chatters. Can you report people on Twitch? Although I had them banned, so I don't know if there's a way to do that, but oh my gosh. Sorry, I had to, like, stop reading because they were spamming up my DMs, and it was lewd. While they're here in chat. Not saying anything in this chat. Well, they said a few messages. Asking me if my Discord was working. Which made me have to go check, and then it's just like... And they said they're still watching. So I was like, well, now I don't feel comfortable. Thanks, buddy. I'm not gonna feel comfortable until I know that they're not watching me. so lewd. Oh, might need to go throw up later. Do I need to put something like asexual in my tags? 'Cause no, I do not want unsolicited pictures or sexting from somebody who puts on their thing that they're like 16. Excuse me? Okay, how do we... I don't know if I can even find them if I already blocked them. Not okay. Not okay at all. That is sexual harassment, buddy. I don't know if you're still watching, but no. I'll have to figure it out later. I already took all the receipts, so... I don't know if I have to unblock them in order to report through Twitch. But if they're doing it to me, they've probably done it to other people. If they haven't been reported already. Actually, maybe other people just decided to block it and move on. But I like to keep other people safe as well. So... no, I do not want to see male genitalia, thank you. If I wanted to see that, I could go see it. It's very unfortunate because it really derailed me from reading this, which has been something that is important to me, because this is all just sounds like a bunch of crap. And that was a bunch of crap as well, so... And I'm on my period, on top of this, so... yeah, everything you were... gross stuff you were saying, buddy? How do you feel about that? Okay. Surprisingly, it doesn't happen as often. I don't necessarily get unsolicited pictures. Thankfully. Probably because at the first hint of anyone saying anything like that, before they would even think to DM me, I've already given off vibes that they're like, yeah, no. It's because I'd report these things. Okay. My psychiatrist says autism is overdiagnosed, and I don't have it. I decided to finally get my diagnosis on account of my insurance ending soon. I've thought I had it since I was 13, and I became obsessed with it, as it was the first thing I felt clicked with me, as I always felt like an alien. I can relate. Adulthood went on, and my therapist and psychiatrist never said anything, so I didn't pursue it. I seem high-functioning, so I thought maybe I was wrong all along. I never brought it up to anyone because I was afraid they would invalidate me. Same. I did bring it up to my PCP last time I saw her, and like she was like looking at the statistic stuff, and she's like, "Oh, you don't seem like you have any repetitive behavior." I'm like, I do this a lot. I do it a lot. You can watch back this whole video. You'll just see me. This is not some like flirtatious. This is so very subconscious, and I'm just. It's like even I'm not doing that, if I'm like trying to read a book, I'll pull on my hair, or I'll start like picking at any scab that I might have. There's a lot of things. Okay. They would invalidate me, and I knew there was like limited knowledge about autism in women. Actually, I'd been debating it myself, and then I was there with my PCP, and I was thinking about the eye contact thing, and I live in like my daily life. I don't really have situations where I have to make eye contact with people, but then I was sitting there in the chair, and I'm like trying to feel out how am I with eye contact, and like when I was trying, I'm like, oh yeah, no, I don't like this. But like so often when I'm talking to other people, I think we're just standing near each other. We don't actually make eye contact when talking. And so, but it's like in my family, and I think I'm just so used to that we don't really do that eye contact when talking. Though it also throws me back to when I was a child, and my dad sitting us all down to have group family discussions on the things that we were doing wrong. And then I'm always doing that, look at me when I'm talking to you. And I'm like, yes? What? I definitely remember all of him always being like, look at me when I'm talking to you. Okay. Anyways, invalidate me, and there was like limited knowledge about autism in women. Also, I always had too much anxiety to do the full interaction to get the diagnosis. However, after trauma therapy and treatment, my research resurged because these things were not helping me. My therapist kept attributing. Yes, hand? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, hand? It's just I the only way to stop myself is to be sitting on my hand. It helps when I'm playing video games because I'm too busy with the controller. But then if it's like a scene heavy game, you'll notice me set down the controller and I'll start pulling up my hair again. Okay. My research because there were these things were not helping me. My therapist kept attributing everything to my childhood and encouraged me to mask. I tried to do that as she wanted until eventually I had a mental breakdown, as will happen when you mask for too long. At my eval, I took a bunch of surveys and did ADOS 2, including the frog book. Now, mind, not every little thing is always autism. You can have other things that might present very similar to how autism presents, but to be completely dismissed and not have somebody check on what might be similar that is actually going on is ridiculous. Including the frog book. She was so positive I had it after the first 2 hours. She skipped the last test. Okay. So, yeah. Just so positive that they did have they are autistic. And that they didn't even do the last test. I told my psychiatrist I got diagnosed, and she said it's overdiagnosed, and she doesn't think I have it. She said I hate people, and it's not the same. And then she said I don't trust people because of my trauma. And she said for autism, a big thing is reciprocity. And I do reciprocity. Then she said she'd only believe it if they do neuropsych testing. Which I understand is more expensive, maybe, but also I don't see what that could add. Also, it's a little bit ridiculous that does she consider herself to be a authority on autism, that she's saying that her undiagnosing you is more valid than this person who did diagnose you, that the other person's credentials are less than hers? What? See a new psychiatrist. It's just want to be like, see a new psychiatrist, babe. Just see a new one. Which I understand is more expensive, maybe, but also I don't see what that could add. I also heard that it's neuropsych testing. Is that like the CAT scans of your brain? Because I'd heard that they can do that now, and I mean, still getting MRI, CAT scan, whatever it is, it costs money, so they can't just go. Anyone who thinks they might have or be autistic, they can't just scan everybody's brains and be like, yep, it's pretty obvious because you are not developed in this area. And that they can even like tell based on individual scans what specific things the person has problems with. Where did I hear that from? I don't know, I watch a lot of autistic content. I am not diagnosed. But I don't see what they could add. I told her I think my dad has it, Oh, but your dad's not diagnosed either, just that you think he has it. That's gonna be easy for her to just dismiss. I told her I think my dad has it and explained all his symptoms. Also, I said my family never got tested because my family is not educated and low income, so we didn't do doctors. That's interesting. Both my parents come from poor families. Low income families is a better way to say it. We are middle income just because my dad joined the Navy and then worked at the shipyard and government money. But we're not even that rich or anything. Also, I said my family never got tested, so we don't do doctors. I feel like a lot of people who come from different families do not consider this. I feel crushed. I just said, really? I really respect her, but this is why I only told her after. How can you say that based on meeting me once a month for a few years on Zoom, usually for around 15 minutes at a time, in a highly scripted situation? In my head, I was like, I don't hate people. I just know they hate me. I get that. Actually, I wonder if people think I hate them. The only people I hate are people who hurt children. Or the people I hate most. It's people who hurt children. Hurting other people in the same way that I'm meaning. I don't like those people either. But it's definitely a spectrum of hurting people who are incapable of fighting back. Those are the people that I was going to not elaborate more and just hope people know what I mean. Because I'm not saying that I am okay with. I'm just saying what is definitely the kind of people that I hate. And even then, I will still be like, why did they do this? Like, where in their life did something go wrong? Were they just born with a deformed brain that they don't realize that is not okay to do? To hurt children or people who are incapable of fighting back and all that. Okay, where were we? I don't hate people. I just know they hate me. I feel that. I feel like people hate me. It's not my trauma. That won't fix it. And reciprocity. She asks the same questions every time, and I prepare for them. Love that. Love being able to prepare, to know what somebody's going to ask, and already be able to answer it. It's when somebody asks me something that I'm not expecting, and then they read way too much into me not having an answer for them. And my brain just like... I was running all these other programs, because my brain is working as if it's like Windows XP, and now you threw this other thing, and it's not loading. My CPU. And I crashed. Okay. interrupting my train of thought. Could she be right? I just wanted to know the truth, and now I'm confused. Oh my gosh. No, you're fine. If you went through an evaluation and got diagnosed, you are diagnosed with autism. Your psychiatrist can't take that away just because she said... I have a feeling that I need to block this person. Because of the 6. I'm watching you. If you're not that other person who was sending me nasty DMs, then I do apologize. And if you're not him, then thank you for following. But if you are him... I will get... I have dogs and I'm going to sick them on you. Also, I don't know why, if it was him, he said he was still watching, so I don't think... Does banning somebody just keep them from chatting, not from viewing? I don't know. I could go into the Twitch subreddit right now and ask these questions. You are diagnosed with autism. Your psychiatrist can't take that away just because she said, nuh-uh. This is speculation on my part, but it honestly sounds like she just doesn't feel equipped to handle autistic patients, or just is already prejudiced against adult diagnosis, considering her overdiagnosed comment, and wants to pin everything on trauma because she does feel equipped to deal with that. Next appointment, I'd ask her if she feels capable of working with an autistic client. If she tries to deny you have autism at all, the answer is no. I'd probably start looking for a new psychiatrist. Yes. Oh, that doesn't look like I can see who has upvoted things at all. And that's fine. Your psychiatrist can't take that away just because she said, nuh-uh. I don't know why. This put a big smile on my face, and I feel like this is a beautiful sentence. OP has indeed been formally diagnosed and can apply for ADA stuff if she feels like that would make her life better and has papers to back it up. PSA for folks in the US. You do not need to disclose a diagnosis to get accommodations. Really? You do need to disclose, hello, what you struggle with. Time management or no sensitivity are 2 examples. AskJan.org has a mega list of searchable accommodations. They are all considered reasonable according to the Office of Disability Employment Policy. Actually, I love that. You don't have to disclose diagnosis. There's one time I was talking about how sometimes in school it's like a kid doesn't have a diagnosis, so the highlight isn't going away. Even when I'm clicking, there we go. Full signs point to nope. You can't play a nope card on a professional diagnosis. Stop the action of another player. But anyways, how's it going? Maybe some kind of defensive. My mood is very... as if I didn't already feel today. Being on my period And then reading that about autism's overdiagnosed, you can't have autism, and then having sexual harassment in my DMs. So, we're going to get some legal cat advice. I know I'm at 5 hours. I might go for one more hour to read some legal cat advice because I need a pick me up instead of gross DMs from somebody who says they're 16. I am 34. That is more than double their age. Oh dear. Actually, I am gonna run an ad and I'm gonna get myself a root beer float. I think I should still have some of the dairy-free ice cream up there unless either of my parents ate it. But I'm gonna do that because gosh. So I will be back in 3 minutes. myself a root beer float. I love the foam. I like to let it sit and really mix in. And we're gonna read some legal cat advice because I don't know if anyone just joined, but I just had a guy sexually harassing me in my Discord DMs who was from here. And I need to pick me up after that because I'm disgusted. I mean, it was nasty. Date on Kiri. This me sweepy on the mama. There's a bunny. That is a bunny. But that's okay. This Keely now. The pokey doctor shaved my booty hole and then all the bloods was gone. Nobody knows what happened. I did a hop onto my castle and did a big thumps and mama found blood. She screams for daddy and they sent my board hole pictures on the internet. I sue for that butts, but I can't tell the humans what's wrong. I don't know the cat words. Mama says I go to my regular pokey place Wednesday 'cause I post to anyway. This pokey place give me medicine that make me super sweepy and I sue 'cause that's not okay. Eyes floppy bunny. Times for sweeps. Eyes update every friends Wednesday. Mama eyes get wet when all the friends send so many purr for me. Oh, prayers. Purrs for me. Also, sues 'cause mama steal the carrot and peas and the kales from me 'cause she says too much sugar can make bunny tummies sick. They did a violation. I's not even mention. Too embarrassing. It's fun. Meow Me owns you big time, sending healing purrs for yous, Sissy Queen. Glad yous is home, friend Keely. Feels better soon. Love Twix, Ted Ginger, ICBGC Australasian chapter. Purr from friend Harley. Glad you's getting better. Be careful, 'cause humans might try post use board hole pictures on only floofs. Get some rest, friend Keely. Mew has been through so much today. You must get rest and feels better so that you no need extra Pokeplace visits. May your naps be filled with dreams. You've good bunny food. Love and more purrs. The SOAK and Boogaboo. We is home. Hi, friends. Is Yoshi and Ali. We is home at our new house. Mommy made us trip super easy and has our toys in bed, in poop box, in food, in everything ready for us when we arrive. There's so many places to sleep and do a hide and scare meow me. Meow ha ha ha. We is so happy. This a picture of me, Ollie, doing a look out me big door window, and picture of Yoshi doing a help of mommy put things together. I cannot wait to see what crimes we can get into. It's fun. It's ready to a bunch of fun. So for obstacles. Oh, crosspost. Chunk orange struggling with an obstacle. One orange pizza. Oh no! Oh, you could do it. Come on. Oh no! What? It ended. It didn't do it. Oh my gosh, so sad. A belly pouch is in the way. Oh, nobody said anything. The story of how I tricked Meow Me into adopting me. No Sue. It's been 2 years since my greatest trick. Meow Me's ex-roommate, my auntie, adopted me thinking I was really shy and didn't like being near humans. Meow Me was happy to have me, but they weren't meant to be my human. Day 2, I had them wrapped around my paw and giving me treats just for existing. And now I fully adopt them as my own human / personal sofa. They still try to insist they don't like Velcro pets, even if they will bring home weird things like rats. I have lickalix and catnip for everyone to celebrate. Oh. Cosmic catnip. Jeez, that cat. Okay. We got adopted and did one crime. Poyer needed. Uh-oh. MacBook Pro. Oh, kitties. Kitties, kitties. What crime did they? Oh, okay. I, Penelope, am Sable Silver Beauty with Brother Giles, a tuxie. We got adopted yesterday, and I did a first crime. Smashes laptop off bed. Should I get defense Poyer? Giles is tuxie and innocent. Oh, this great crime for two Smalls. I think Smalls cannot be sued, so think you's fine. Congratulations on the adoption and the crime. Go crimes. Your friend, Schnitz. Illegal Small already did a crime. You be okay. No need for Boyer. Go crimes. You is too small to be sued. Besides, it's good to do crime right after adoption, so your humans know you is in charge now. Congrats to you two for finding a family, and go crimes. Lucy the Love Bug. A nicest thank yous gift to you humans for adopt yous both. They have a bigger paperweight to always remember this day. The broken laptop. It's just a bigger paperweight. You friend to Teddy the Floof. Welcome, new illegal small friends. My brother Teddy, I'm missing you. Oh, Murgy. Is that the one that passed last week? Or is that another one? I just was looking at it. It's the thing. The people on this subreddit end up being like, I think it's so small. It's not necessarily so small, but it's a tight-knit little family. And I'm just here peeking through their windows like bird watching. I love you guys. If anybody who's on their posts and sees me. You guys are very wholesome and funny combined, and it's great. And I very much appreciate it right now. I have my own crime troublemaker who owns me. He's not down here right now, though. So. Bump, brother. Oh, wait. Brother Finn, good to see you. I've been to a pot, 'cause the mommy go to office too now. Her leave me and brother up BC. Yes, little black cat. And we's so sad. Never mind that dad guy is almost always home. Not the same as the mama. How's yous be, me brother Teddy de Foof? Oh no, yous too. Dad do a high bird work now, so he gone some days, but he home others, and we get good cuddles. Colette do a sick last week, and we were scared for her, but she better now. She just sick for part of a forever. So is like Norman here. We do cuddles again. She redecorated my floor and bed from both ends. It's the only time I've ever pet her. She hasn't started purring, but the next morning I reached up and felt her. Oh. I get what they're saying now. She redecorated my floor and bed from both ends. Ooh. I thought it was both ends of the bed, but I don't think that's what they meant by both ends now. It's the only time I've ever pet her. She hasn't started purring. Some cats be like that. You just barely touch them and they start purring. But the next morning I reached up and felt her on my headboard. Knew it was here because someone was laying on my feet. And she jumps down and starts purring and headbutting me. She's fine. Lol. Did not know what happened. Aw, that cute pic of Use and Colette. I'm glad she feel better. So glad she's feeling much better. I always get a bit nervous when the boys aren't acting their normal crazy selves. Little black cat has started slowing down and is having a hard time with jumping onto the bed. Might be arthritis or just old age. I feel so bad for my brother's kitty. She's 20. Is that right? And I think I've mentioned before, her claws, she can't retract them anymore, so they're just always out. So whenever she walks, their claws are just sticking on the carpet. So you can just hear her, because she just keeps having to pick them back up after they get stuck on the carpet. And my sister-in-law, when we were over there recently, had actually trimmed them. But I think She has a little step up to their bed, I think. She didn't want to trim them because that's how the cat gets up on top of onto a couch and stuff. Because she can't jump anymore because she's getting so old. Okay, it's very sad. Must sue brain cell. Uh-oh. Boy, you're needed. Gordo the orange here. I got the brain cell today. Human says I having an existential crisis. Why world so big and I so small? Where do tunas come from? Why human gone on long hunts and not bring back foods? I don't like this. Can I seize brain cell? I know about the sue, but I think that maybe you feel better if you do a zoom. And a zoom, maybe knock over the big glowy box and drift a den zoom. You have a curtain to climbs, maybe in the water rooms. Then bites an ankle, and me feels all better. Yoda, June, her news reports, hers and Tuxedo members, and the Orange group. I tooks a nice sleeps, and human opened window, so got to feel the nice breezes. I fought tail and won. Brain cell moved on too, so I happy again. This so lovely to hear, friend. Hi, I Ripley Jones and Ripley still dreamies and fart. Living my 9 unpuffled life sentences under house arrest. The tags are great. I Ripley can answer questions. World big, you small. Give more things to do. Much funs. Tuna live in the ocean. I saw this on Lounge Lightbox. Is a big bath of water, and they lived there with their family until humans catched them. Long hunt, no food. You're human bad at hunting. Bring they and mouse for practices. Hope I helps. Smoofy Wildcat, head per professor, SSOR, go smooth criminals. Friend Gordo the Orange, this the problem with has brain cells. I do think you might be able to sue, but I not sure you can sue the brain cell. Moit has to sue the existential void. That's not a cat. That's a nothingness. Is awful furry strange. Or it's is all furry strange. I think maybe you should enroll in the Smoofy School of Retrain so you can has access to the mental health service. Mental health service. I've seen the other. These are the best. 555-3992 2767. Men me mental info. Mental info at Dagon BSSOR. Smoothie School of Retrain provides staff and students a wide variety of short-term individual and group counseling, crisis intervention, and case management to connect you to other resources. SSOR also offers how do I read this? Psychiatry services, including catnip management from the licensed professionals. We has the outreach programs, including peer support programs and online staff to promote mental health awareness and educations. Our therapists, Jiggy, Therapiggy, Ruben T. Void, Therapus, Therapiggy, Scully, Therapist, Surviving Abandonment Together, SAT. Jiggy leads a important group to hold Kitty cope with the abandonment. Just amazing, guys. Just put all that effort into that. Great, great. How I'm alive, my heart keeps beating like a hammer. Hard to be strong, tough to be tender. Okay. What is Vendrick posting? Told running away from Blue Shell while singing? Where did I? This person trying to DM me from their other accounts. Sorry, you can't. Take a hint, buddy. Okay. This is human, but I need healing purse and thumbs for Keely. Oh, okay. And then I think they'd the other one about Keely since then. Oh, kitties. We love them. Traumatized outrage. What we going on? Hello, friends. Is I, Oscar 5 F? Is the F for female? Is Oscar female or is it 5 feline? We do not judge. Oscar could be a girl name. Has been very long time since I posted last time. Many big things has happened. First, Mama and Father put all our things in boxes. This part not all bad, 'cause I had boxes and crinklies, pick two, but then they take the boxes away and scowy people I not knows take all our sleeping spots. When our things was all gone, Mama and Father put us in our pocket place boxes and drive us to place where all our things were. Meowma says this knew him, but I is not so sure. Has our things so good? Has some things I not see in so long I forgot we had them. Meowma says they were in storage, whatever that is. I think new home is scary, but I can see outside now. Pick one. I only looks. I no like outside. After we take lots of naps and many long sleeps, we go in our pokey place box again. Oh, so that's it. But see pocket. Oh, they did say pocket. I did not misread it. It probably autocorrected. Pokey place box again. And this time we go to Pokey Place. Stinky Sisfer and Mew both get pokies. I no come out of box and make them get me. Then, friends, how is there more? After more sleeps, but not enough. They take us to place with big windows for many years, and we has to eat there and not see Meowma or Father for so long. I am tired after all this and need naps. It's too much for Mew and even for Sisfer. Need Big Sue and maybe do some crimes. You has done so many big things, friend Oscar. You is very brave. Well, friends, you've been very busy going all these places. You's a heckin' brave. I like to make Pokey Place try to get me to come out too. I make it hard for them. I know coming out easy. Now you got new place for even more crimes. Is me BK. Friend Oscar, I think once you get many good naps in and can explore the new home is gonna be better. You might even think you like it. I think they say there was gonna be many nice windows. That's good. But still can do a sue and get plenty compensation and at least 40, 11 jillion you favorite Tritos and unlimited naps on laps with the full kitty massage and more play in the box with the crinkle paper. Okay? Okay. Smoothie the wildcat. I just love it so much. I chewed the bread. I could give my cat a cracker once. Yeah, that's chewing the bread. Hi, is Drew. I usually good boy and not do crimes. My sister Tally and brother Frankie take care of the crimes. But today I did good crimes. I see the bread, and it had a good smell. So I thought maybe I could get a taste of that. So I chewed and chewed. I chewed and chewed for 11 billion hours. And guess what? I get it. A taste. Friends, that bread tastes good. Then I get it cut, and the bread got took away. I never forgot that taste. Oh, that bread. Go crimes. First picture show me chew the bread. Second show the big hole. My cat likes bread too. Nice job, bro. I coulda did it better myself. Good chew, Maddie avoid. Thanks, friend Maddie. I proud a my brother Tally. Go crimes. The crazy thing is, this is all written by the owners. And instead of just getting mad at the cats for doing this, they like content. Now I can post from the cat's perspective. Look at what I did. I'm awesome. Like, I love it so much. It's so silly, but amazing, guys. Muse and Weber from Tatooine with special correspondent Adira Thierry. They're doing a podcast. No. Update on Penny the Hedgehog. Animal-shaped cat. Oh. Hi friends, is Meow Lola, my bestest friend Penny, the prickly kitten. Mommy said she hedgehog, but I, Lola, say she kitten. Went to the emergency pokey place and was gone for 11 billion forevers. Mommy says 6 hours. She got medicine and she much better. She doing crimes like poop on Meowmy and run on wheel all night and wake Meowmy up. Here a picture of Penny and taking medicine. Penny like medicine. She lick the medicine dropper like it yum. That's strange. Thank you for the update, friend Lola. I has been hoping that your spiky, guinea pig-y friend is back to being healthy. It's very good news that Penny is even back to doing crimes. Sam, doggo in training. Dog, hardware, running cat, software. I think my cat is running dog software sometimes. But also not other times. Because he's not vocal the way dogs are. Has a question, how you clean prickly kitty? Lick, ow, lick, ow, lick, ow. Hi friend, no lick, prickly kitty, because those prickles hurt. Prickly kitty get bath in her own bathtub. She no like it. I try to teach her to give herself bath like Catsis does. I, Lola, is very clean cat, so I no get baths in bathtub. Does she do the sand bath? I seen that before. Looks fun. No sand bath. She get bath in her hedgehog bathtub, not in sink like stinky doggos. She not good at staying clean like Meow Lola. I no have bath in sink. I use tongue like proper kitty does. Penny no like bath. She need to learn tongue baths. I don't know if I want to continue, but I just enjoy this so much. No sude, just love. Kitties, it's just, just look at kitties. Kitty, kitty, kitty. List of crimes today. How many did you do? 1. I bit Mummy because she brushed me. 2. I bit Mummy because she stopped brushing me. 3. I hit Mummy in the face. 4. I chewed the clothes pegs on the clothes error. It hangs over the street from our balcony and makes the washing fall down. It's my favorite game. 5. I peed on the bath mat while Mummy was in the shower. My litter tray is basically next to it. I wonder where my cat is. If he went in with my parents. Or if I can go get him. Because my cat is the only male I need in my life. Okay, I'm silly. That looks a lot like my kitty. Except my cat. Actually, that might be bigger than mine. And that's more orange than mine is. I can't tell. How big is that? How big is it? Must wrist today. Cat talk. Look at how big that cat is. Friends is Hoku, prince of the house, and handsome son of a gun. What fun this weekend was! Katzenfest was a wild party, and Princess Miso and I myself danced the night away. Gotcha day of miso and mochi was too much fun. I myself played with the toys and hit the nip. Thank you all friends for the good parties. Now I so tired must rest and recover today. The human niece and nephews sleep in mine house, and Meowmy turned the couch into a human sleep square for them. Human sleep square. Or rectangle, but yeah. So I do a big snoozle on it. This picture me doing snoozle. No, kitties. I don't know if I want to call it a night now. Oh, what? My lizard was stolen from me? Ah! What? What does OC mean? Oh, what a pretty kitty. So I'm outside and I see a lizard. I catch the baby lizard. Next thing I know, my Meow Me comes out growling and telling me I should not run off. She was big mad. She held my leash and I dropped my lizard. Then Meow Me stole my lizard, showed it to me, and made me watch as she released it to its hiding spot. I'm big mad. I want to hiss at her, but Meowmy gave me a handful of my favorite crunchy treats. dairy temptations. You know how addictive those are. In an hour, I can go back outside, but for now, I'm on a timeout. I think I might run over Meowme's face as she sleeps tonight. Check even, slayer of lizards. Boyer. That was use lizard, Meowme, as a stupid, stinky human has no right to steal your own lizard you did catch your own self and were ready to kill. I'll bet it was going to be tasty too. That is a tragic loss of yours, lizard snack. Friend, yous need to bring out the big guns. The biggest guns a cat can use. Poop in her favorite pair of shoes. Be savage. Make eye contact with her while you putting the steamer in her sneakers. She will know why. I know eats lizards. I play them to death. I catch the little lizard, carry it gently in my mouth, and bring it inside to the bathroom. Then I let it go and catch. Let it go. Hunt, catch it until it dies. Meowme long ago said this was cruel and started stealing my lizards. She even started to put them in warm sugar salt water, rinsed them off, and heated them up in the bathroom heat light for an hour. And then released them. Can you believe it? She said she wanted them hydrated when she let them go. That makes sense. If they were running all over the place, poor things. I will zoom over her face and sue for a licky treat. Last week, she caught a baby rat at Nana's house, and you know what she did? She put it in a small box with crumpled paper towels, and cheese. Then she drove to a field and released it. She even left the box, so it had some easy shelter until it found a new home. She should have let me kill it. Nana has these cool giant Norway rats in her garage she is trying to get rid of. My brother and sister want to go in the garage to hunt the rats, but Nana keeps shutting the doors. The dogs want in the garage, but Nana won't let them in either. Look at that tail! It was begging to be played to death by a cat. Ooh. My Meowme is a dumb hunter. Humans should be ashamed. Jackie's mom. I have a small critter cage for baby lizards. I make a homemade unflavored Pedialyte and let the lizards soak in it. No higher than its neck. For 15 minutes. Lizards absorb water through their skin. Then a rinse and heat up under the bathroom heat light. I figured this gives them a better chance when I release them. He's chased off so many lizards, he now can rarely catch them because they flood his area. Oh, good times. I don't know. Just scratching myself because I do that. So gross. I still have it. Awful DMs. Okay. Man, oh, I might go another 15 minutes. My friend has told me that she's identifying as a woman, and I'm very confused due to my family's teachings and starting to question my own gender. And that's in r/autism in women, which means that, yes. Could be even more. Telling my daughter she's no right to police who I date, considering her mom had an affair which broke my heart and she had no issues with it. Who are you trying to date? How old is your daughter? 25 female. How old is the person you're trying to date? I need to read it. I have to. Aita for telling my daughter she's no right to police who I date, considering her mom had an affair, which broke my heart and she had no issues with it. I divorced my ex-wife over a decade ago after her affair. She's now married to her affair partner, and they have a child together. I'll be honest, therapy has slowly helped me come to terms with it, but to say it traumatized me would be an understatement. My ex-wife and I share a daughter, 25 female, who's getting married in a month. She's close with both of us, and I've always made it a point to never badmouth her mom despite everything that's happened. The affair didn't affect her relationship with her mom at all. A few months ago, I was having a lunch at a cafe when someone recognized me. She turned out to be my daughter's maid of honor. Where are we going with this? Is he gonna start dating the maid of honor? I don't really know my daughter's friends that well, so I didn't recognize her. We ended up having lunch together, exchanged numbers, and I initially thought my daughter might have put her up to something. That's weird to be when you're the maid of honor and you went to go decide to sit down, and I guess some people are just a lot more social than I am. So I should not judge, but at the same time, it's your friend's dad? And you exchange numbers with him? But the next day, she asked me out for lunch again. Then again, this went on for a couple of weeks or so, and one day she asked me to dinner. I accepted. After dinner, she invited me back to her apartment, and, well, one thing led to another, and we slept together. Can I make predictions? The best friend actually likes the fiance. Not his daughter, but the daughter's fiance. And so she's sleeping with her friend's dad as a middle finger to her friend for taking this man. I like my guess. Okay? It's a great guess. I honestly thought it was just going to be a one-time hookup, but she kept wanting to see me more, like she was interested in an actual relationship. For context, I haven't dated anyone since my divorce, so I was confused about what she even saw in me. But I'd be lying if I said it didn't feel nice to have those feelings again after so long. Still, I didn't feel right hiding this from my daughter, even though my girlfriend, yes, she's my girlfriend now, insisted it wasn't necessary, and it would just cause drama. What is this maid of honor up to? Like, what is going on here? Oh, I didn't do my Duolingo. Oh well. Just caused drama. Eventually, she agreed we should tell her. When I told my daughter, she completely freaked out. She verbally tore into both of us, called me selfish, disgusting, said I was ruining her wedding, and that she couldn't believe I'd do this to her. Though it was more what is going on over there? The Your friend is the one who came on to your dad. Um, it's ruining her wedding, and she couldn't believe I'd do this to her. She's barely speaking to me now. My girlfriend says my daughter will have to get over it, and that she's being hypocritical considering what her mom did to me. She asked me if my daughter's relationship with her mom was affected by the affair, and I said no, and she said I have to tell my daughter that. I did later call my daughter and told her where was this outrage when her mom, someone I loved dearly, broke my heart. It didn't affect her bond with her mom one bit. My daughter seemed sad on the call and started crying a bit, and I felt a bit guilty, but I said my piece. Aita for dating my daughter's maid of honor. Ah, ah, I'd have to. I don't know. 'Cause it was sort of weird, but I can't tell if it was completely organically. But the fact that it's the maid of the friend is the one who came on to him. Oh, what? This title's misleading. It has nothing to do with your ex, and it's interesting that you and your GF are pretending it does. Yeah. A lot of women think it's gross when their dads date women their age, especially when it's someone they know. YTA, not for who you're dating, but for pretending that you don't understand your daughter's issue with it. Maid of honor so nicely, reminding OP about his daughter's reaction to her mother. Yeah, what is up with this friend? I'm still gonna kind of go with what I was saying. The friend is trying to hurt the daughter. About his daughter's reaction to her mother, and telling OP to use that against the daughter feels extremely manipulative. Also, it sounds like she went after OP hard. The whole thing feels like maid of honor secretly hates her friend. I'm so confused why they even think they're comparable situations. It's not like this is the father having an affair and saying, "You didn't care when your mom cheated, so now I'm cheating." It's literally completely different. How old was the mom's affair partner? I think the point he was trying to get across, poorly, is that the daughter didn't have a problem with what should have been considered something distasteful / betraying that her mother did. So this distasteful, betraying thing he's doing should also get a pass from her? I didn't really take it as a one-on-one equivalency. Not to mention, the poor girl was only 15 at the time, and most likely living with her mother after the divorce. Yeah, the age difference. Like, what? Mm. Yeah. So this hero P, your girlfriend probably has daddy issues. Does she have a missing, neglectful, or abusive dad? If so, you need to break up with her and get yourself into an age-appropriate dating service. If you sit on your ass for 10 years and make no effort to date, the only people who will come to you will be people with issues. Or maybe she has an issue with your daughter. Maybe that's why she's dating her friend's dad. Don't pretend you dating an age-appropriate woman, to be clear, age-appropriate, doesn't necessarily mean you're 8, but it definitely does not mean your daughter's age. It's the same thing as you're dating your daughter's maid of honor. You should have nipped her interest in you in the bud and taken that as a sign you need to get back into the dating scene. YTA. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you're the TA for dating your daughter's maid of honor, but you are certainly TA for the title of this post. You are dating her maid of honor, which has nothing to do with your prior relationship. Yikes. Yeah. Is there a reason so many streamers show their full room, including the door to the room? I have no idea. I don't. I don't show you any of my room, because it's way too messy. My bad. Am I AITA for putting a sign above the toilet? My 15 female boyfriend, 15 male, has been coming over to my house a lot and spending a lot of time here. And when he does, he always leaves the toilet seat up in the bathroom that I use and share with my little sister, 10 female. Okay. My sister and me both asked him a ton of times to please put the seat down after he uses the bathroom, and he usually just said, yeah, okay, or sure, but then he kept leaving the seat up. Dump him. Yes, I jumped right to that. It was really getting on me and my sister's nerves, so she suggested, as a joke at first, hey, why don't you put a sign on the wall to remind him? And I thought that was actually a good idea, so I did it. It's probably going to come off as passive-aggressive, but unfortunately, I've done things like that and people call it passive-aggressive, and I'm like, do it back to me, and I'll actually be like, thank you. Like, legit thank you. 'Cause, yeah, having that reminder is very helpful for me. Mm. I put a sign above the toilet in our bathroom that said, oh, she straight out called him out. Dear BF's name, please put the seat down when you're done, love. My name. I thought it would give him the reminder he seems to need. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. But today, when he saw it, he came out of the bathroom really upset. He said it was embarrassing for him to have a sign in the bathroom for him about how to use the toilet. Well, it seemed like you didn't understand the instructions clearly, so there they are for you. He said it was a stupid thing to do, and it wasn't a big deal. That he occasionally left the toilet seat up. He was doing it on purpose. I'm sure of it. I'm sure this is one of those, what's that called? What's it called? What's it called? Incompetence. What's the word? Weaponized incompetence. I don't know if it was, but if it wasn't actually weaponized incompetence, then putting up a sign should not have been that big of a deal. It wasn't a big deal that he occasionally left the toilet seat up, but I told him how it's not an occasional thing. He leaves the seat up every time he uses the bathroom, and me and my sister were sick of it. He left and went home still kind of angry, and I tried to text him to talk about it, but he just responded saying he doesn't want to talk to me right now. Aita. The thing is, in my house, we always close the lid. So, if you get into a habit, and I don't know if they just want him to put the seat part down, or if they want him to close the lid. 'Cause if you're in a house where you still leave the lid up, and you're like on the guy about not putting the seat, I'm gonna be a bit like, it's if it's just the seat, not the lid, then it does seem a bit unfair that men are always having to lift it up and then put it back down. Lift it up, put it back down. It's like, you know, it just kind of makes sense. Leave it whatever you used it. But in my house, we always put the lid down. Because when you flush, all those germs come back up, and that's nasty. And also, we've always had cats, and we don't want the cats getting in the toilet. So, to which point, everybody still has to put it down. They have to open it and put it down. Everybody opens and puts it down. Instead of just the guys always having to do both. Because that's kind of not fair. But there's also weird... I don't know, because it ends up being like a battle of the sexes. The girls are like, oh, we're gonna fall in. Like, I've never not looked at the toilet before sitting down. But if it's a lid and it's about germs, that is a completely different ballpark. Let's see what people said. He said it was a stupid thing to do and it wasn't a big deal. It says a man who has never... Who does that? Accidentally sat straight in a toilet full of water before. How do you not look before you sit down? Men who leave the seat up are inconsiderate, uncivilized age. Who wants to be greeted by the interior toilet? Where are their manners? Nowhere, especially since only 1 to 4 standard bathroom practices like having a seat up. Look at toilet plume and tell me leaving the seat up and open is not absolutely disgusting. Open is the thing. Are we just talking about the seat or are we talking about the lid? Most of the time, it's just our routine and don't even think about it. However, I've never had a problem doing it for my GF okay. At the same time, it is their house. It is her and her sister's bathroom. And if you're going to change something to use it, it is still... customary? Appropriate? What is the word? Polite. To put it back how it was before you used it. Which is what this guy is also saying. I've never had a problem doing it for my GF/wife over my life, other than forgetting once in a blue moon. Now we keep both seats down in all our bathrooms, as we have several dogs, so I don't even think about it and do it everywhere. But this kid should have learned by now, if he cared. But yeah, that sounds like it's not just the seat. They're putting the lid down. We're talking... Problem is not the toilet seat up or down. Oh, wait, what? She might have said that he sprinkled everywhere. Who goes to a stranger's house and pees standing, sprinkling their piss over half the bathroom? Yeah, that will wake you right up in the morning. This is a thought. If that happened, did you expect the top lid to be up? Yeah, and didn't even check the toilet at all and just sat blindly? I'm gonna upvote that because, yeah. He's not a man. He's 15. He's a child. He's old enough to have been taught some manners. He says he doesn't need a sign to tell him to use the bathroom, but the sign is only there because he doesn't know how to use the bathroom. NTA, if he can't respect your home, then don't let him come in anymore. Right? If he put the seat down, I wouldn't have had to make the sign. Who was cleaning up the piss he spreads around the toilet by peeing while standing? NTA, ideally the lid should be fully closed prior to flushing. So up versus down is irrelevant. Can I upvote this like 5? Wait, do I want to upvote? Wait. I can see why he's embarrassed, but if asking wasn't working, what would the logical next step be? Yes. This, close the lid. He should be embarrassed that he was dispersing piss toilet particles about in not his bathroom. Exactly what is the path where he does it? There isn't one. They usually say something like, I said I'd do it, okay? But then don't. Men who leave the seat up are inconsiderate, uncivilized who want to be greeted by the... I don't... Are there other women out there who sit without looking? But maybe it's because we always put the lid down in my house, so it's just such a weird thought to me. If asking didn't work, a gentle reminder wasn't meant to shame, but then again, I knew it was coming. Yeah, he got a fragile ego. NTA, also remind him that this isn't his house. Yeah. Oh, good idea things. Also, how is he flushing? With the lid up? Yeah, he must be because he's leaving the seat up. Tell him about hygiene. Yeah, that's usually how I have told guys. I'm like, because sometimes they think it's a inequality thing, because they always have to move the seat. I do too. Because the lid. Well, I always have to be the one to move the seat, and you never have to move it. I do, because the lid. NTA, obs. And I'm a dude. It's not his house/rules. Which, yeah. And I might have said originally, like, it's not really fair that if you don't put the lid down, that you always expect the guys to do both steps. Every time. That doesn't seem right. But then it's their house. It's their bathroom. But if they lived together, which they don't, and they're not an older couple, there gets to be a certain time when, it's a little tit for tat, Well, there's really no way to lock it from the outside. Oh, wait, what? NTA, if he feels it's embarrassing, maybe it's because he knows he's being an idiot. It's simple. Put it down, and you don't need to be embarrassed. My very childish side thinks, sure, I'll take the sign down. But then I'd lock the door so he can't use the bathroom. Nah, someone didn't know how to use it, so we locked the door so it's not misused. Well, there's really no way to lock it from the outside. If he's not going to be respectful, break up with him, actually. But also say, okay, you're not allowed in my house if you're not going to follow the house rules. NTA, male or female, the lid should always be closed before flushing. It's just gross not to. He should be embarrassed, and a man using a woman's toilet should always lower it, and it's disrespectful and ignorant of him not to. I hate it when men do that. I think he is embarrassed, and that's why he reacted the way he did. I don't know. Yeah, me and my sister thought it was pretty annoying too. I agree, men should put the seat down in a bathroom, mostly used by women. They know we need it down. Yeah. I mean, mostly, I don't know. If you're all living together, and there's 2 women and 1 man, just look before you sit. It's not that hard. But, lid. Lid should be closed before you flush it, because it's gross. Okay. I mean, I can see where, just a reminder to put the toilet seat down in general. It might be less personal. But come on. The seat down, I find it disrespectful. Ad starting soon. I'm actually going to end it soon. I don't know. Let me know what you think. But does come off as, I don't know if it's misogynistic or what. Sometimes the way men are with the toilet seats, it feels misogynistic, but at the same time I understand, because it's like, why should men always have to be the one to move it? But how many times have I repeated this now? But it should be both people putting in the same amount of effort. Oh, just put it down, don't you ever forget anything. I might forget things. The thing is, like, even like, if I go pet sit, house sit, whenever I am leaving, I usually try and almost make it look like I hadn't been there at all. I don't know why I do that, because I want them to know that I was there, taking care of the things, but I'll still make it so that, like, it's, I don't know. But at the same time, I'll also often leave it in better condition than, like, if a bed wasn't made and I slept in it, I will make sure to make the bed before I leave. Although if I didn't sleep in it, I might not. Sometimes I'll make the bed even though I did not sleep in that bed. You've done it. It's because my sister, she's got 4 kids now, and I go and watch her 2 dogs. And I'm like, she's got 4 kids, and when they come back after wherever they're coming from, like, you know, it ends up being a long trip back. So I don't want them to have to, like, be like, oh, we need to make the bed before we can go to sleep. I'm like, I'll make the bed for them so they could just come home and crash. Though usually they don't get home, like, that late, but one less thing for them to have to worry about, because they already have to, like, take and get their luggage and put everything away. Rustle the kids and get the kids' clothes stuff put away. Though I don't make the kids' beds. Usually their doors are closed, and it's off down the hallway, so I usually don't go down there too much, so I think my niece, whenever I, like, sometimes I'll just go make sure their doors are closed. Or I'll go steal one of their stuffed animals. I don't bring my Squishmallow with me when I go over, because they have a whole bunch of Squishmallows, so I'm like, I could just cuddle one of those when I sleep. I hope they don't mind. I don't take it, I just use it while I'm there. It's good times. It's fun. Um, but yeah, so like, usually they leave after having breakfast and stuff, and so there's still, like, dishes in the sink and stuff from their breakfast. And I will take care of all the dishes. There will be no dishes in the sink unless they're drying when they come back. And yeah, just always leave things better than I found them. I might forget things in my own house and stuff, But in somebody else's place, not so much. But yeah. And I don't know how often it was happening. And if it was literally every single time. But that means that it's a habit that he's formed in his own house. Does he not have a mom? Does he not have sisters? Is it... what's that called? Not really vendetta, but like when you feel like you're putting in more effort than other people are. Because I feel I probably had an ex try and say that. What do I always have to be the one to move the toilet seat? You don't. I always put the lid down and open it. Put the lid down, open it. Every time I go to the bathroom. And then that's when it clicked for them that, oh, yeah, then what I'm doing is I'm like, it's not equal. And I'm like, you're the one not making it equal. Buddy. But also, germs. Germs! Germs! Okay. I think we're just gonna end it on that note. Because it is 1:30 a.m. and I do want to try to read a chapter or two in my book before going to bed. So, yep, that's all for today. Thanks for watching. Wish me luck on dealing with this harasser if I have to deal with them again. I don't know. And trying to get them reported through Twitch. But then they had other accounts that they're trying to add me on Discord, and I'm just like... But anyways, as always, thanks for watching. And take care of yourselves. Like I am doing by reporting crepes. And doing other things. And getting myself some ice cream when I need a pick-me-up. And get enough sleep and enough water. Yes. Take care of yourselves, and I will continue to try to do the same.